It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Hello and welcome back to another awesome Friday here at the NACE Star League. It's Counter-Strike, and we are here to bring you all the action. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. My favorite day to come on here, and well, my name is Vincent, and joining me is the one, the only Borby Box. How's it going, Brady?
Dude, absolutely good. A lovely Friday evening for sure. So looking forward to the weekend. So looking forward to the Counter-Strike here tonight.
It's going to be a good time, man. I mean, we are prepped and ready for some awesome stuff. Week 3 of the regular season coming on up. And, well, speaking of the season, if you are just joining us and you don't know, we have our regular season. It's about 8 weeks or so, and that'll head into the conference play-ins. If you are able to win that, you'll be a conference champion. Of course, you don't win, you're headed straight down into the last chance qualifier, which will give you a last chance to head in towards the playoffs, and of course, a shot at those in-person LAN Grand Finals. That's what everyone is going to be looking for, Brody.
Absolutely. Leading into tonight's matches, we do have 2 of them. One of them in Open Premier, that will be our first match. Brock University coming up against Mississippi State University. They'll be their first match, their debut of the season, and then the second match later on after that will be Davenport University up against Ole Miss, and that was a team we saw earlier on, so looking forward to for sure.
Yeah, is certainly looking to answer back after the loss on stream last week to Colorado, but nonetheless, I'm excited to kind of see how this goes. And, well, if you don't know what we're playing for, the pricing is on screen. $2,500 in scholarship for first place, $1,250 for second, and third and fourth place are going to walk away with $625 respectively. So a whole lot of cash flow on the line. It's really awesome to see. And, well, we couldn't do this broadcast, we couldn't have those awesome prizes if it wasn't for our amazing sponsors, and one of those is Extra Life. The NACE Star League wants to thank all of our sponsors, including Extra Life. You can head over to extralife.org to find out more information about how you can change the future with games. That's extralife.org, so make sure to check that out, and of course we totally appreciate them and everything that they do here for us at NACE. But Birdie, I'm excited for this one. It's going to be a good time. We have standard Counter-Strike ready to go with 40-second bomb timers, 30 rounds. First one to take to 16 will be the winner. And honestly, our first matchup, I think there's an interesting idea here for us because we know quite a bit about one of these squads, but we're a little bit in the dark about Brock University.
Yeah, for sure. We've been sitting here for a while wondering about Brock University, kind of what we're really looking at. A couple of players there we were able to find some information on. Patrick, Canadian, Zeke, Unknown, and Nasir. It was Nasir and Unknown I think we were actually able to find. I think we found something on Canadian as well, but honestly, like, just not really much information to be found publicly at least. Meanwhile, to the side of MSU, we have Top, Yoda, Archer, Donut, and Whiskey, and there's a little bit more experience on their side in other leagues, so a little bit more to base off of.
Well, not only that, but we have the previous seasons of NACE to base off of as well. I mean, this Mississippi State roster, 3 out of 5 players returning. That's Top, Archer, and Whiskey that you might recognize from our season last spring semester. So, and they were definitely solid, kind of knocking on the door, so to speak, in their conference. They were fighting against the likes of UT Austin, for example, to make it in towards this conference play, and is ultimately missing out by just a small margin. But I think what's exciting, Birdie, is to kind of see the evolution of potentially Mississippi State and how they played last season and into this one. And the other thing that's exciting is to see new talent here at Brock University.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always nice to see some new players in the server, and especially getting to see the existing ones that we were able to find some information on, knowing how they're going to perform against a roster like Mississippi State that we kind of have prior information on. It will kind of set the pace a little bit, especially with it being the first game.
Yeah, and I think let's talk about individuals for a moment here, Birdie, because I think Archer is a guy that we need to take a look at.
Okay.
Did very well just last season or one season ago in ESEA Open. Did a great job. Was able to even move all the way up 6-1 in playoffs and move into main. Definitely a solid look, and is it even in contention to be relegated out of that? So I think Archer is going to be our one to watch. But well, we'll get back to individuals for Brock because we need to talk about the map pool. Take me through this. What are you thinking, Brady?
I'm thinking honestly, Ancients are. I think it's a punish pick coming up with Mississippi State. If you look at the bans, it was Mississippi State banning Dust 2, and then Brock University banning Vertigo. I'm a little bit surprised at the Dust 2 pick, but the ban, but I can respect it. Ancient, it's a punish pick for sure. You don't pick Ancient as your first map unless you're expecting the other team to be just not as competent.
Yeah, I think that, in fairness, we have seen this happen quite a few times over the collegiate space in general. We had the unfortunate situation against, actually, University of Mississippi, which is different, just Mississippi State, University of Mississippi. Last week, we saw Ancient be picked up by Colorado School of Mines. Was very effective. I'm curious to see if Mississippi State will have the same success there. Overpass, then Mirage. I think Mirage, we always tend to think a little bit more puggy. If we get there, I think anything could happen. But Overpass specifically, I feel like Mississippi State have the edge. What about you?
And I'll be honest, we're not the only people, Vincent. I would say the vast majority of people for sure would recommend to everybody that you put all of your bets on Mississippi State as it is. And I would say for good reasons, right? There's really not really much to work off of, and as a result, Counter-Strike isn't really one of those games where you could just kind of come out of nowhere and just start grabbing wins.
Yeah, that's right. Now, listen, I have been reliably informed that apparently everybody's with us, but if you were curious what we thought, both Birdie and I are very much on the Mississippi State train, and that's no disrespect to Brock University. I think that for us, a lot of that comes down to the unknowns, at least for me, right? Like, it's hard to predict for something you don't really know a lot about. Mississippi State, like I said, 3 out of 5 returning members. They've had some success in external leagues, individually, and of course, their experience overall suggests to me that they might have the edge in this matchup.
The credentials do tend to speak for themselves for sure, and it has to be said too as well. Brock University playing at this level of play, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if we would see them just kind of, I wouldn't say step up immediately, but if we just see something to excite us, you know what I mean? Losing out, but playing a close game is still something to be impressed with.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing wrong with going into this and expecting maybe to be a little bit of the underdog. And listen, I would be very surprised if that was true for Brock. We were talking in the green room about confidence in the game of Counter-Strike. This game is all about confidence in a lot of ways, and so you have to be confident. You have to believe that you're going to win in order to actually make that a reality in a lot of cases. So knowing that, I hope that Brock are walking up with the confidence of their own, but Mississippi State, they've shown us before that they are contenders and that they can step up when it matters the most. And, well, Ancient is going to be exactly where they're going to get the chance to do that here. Now, there is one caveat, though, Birdie, and that is, of course, that because MSU picked Ancient, well, Brock get to start on the CT side. And, well,
yeah.
if you're new to Counter-Strike, explain why that's so significant.
The reason it's significant is because in a map like Ancient, if you get to start on the CT side, realistically, it's not that you really get to set the pace for the match, it's just the favored side overall. You get to place the utility, pick your fights a lot of the time, you get to determine how much control the other team is able to grab, you can determine your own levels of aggression, right, how much you want to really fight for those opening duels, and a map like Ancient does just really lean itself towards utility fights, and if you know what you're doing on that CT side with that utility, it can be a lot easier. But heading into map number 1, freeze time, oh, it's a knife round actually, I'll take it back.
Fake knife round, throw knife round. As we just mentioned, you know, with whenever, or the way that it works when you pick the map is that your opponent gets to pick what side they start on. So MSU are just going to be giving this one up to Brock, where they will elect to go to the CT side. But regardless, with that done and dusted, we should be able to get things going in a short fashion. I think that. Well, let me ask a question, actually. Expectations for the T side, what can we expect for MSU, or at least a standard T side?
So, you can expect mid-control to come through one of two fashions. Extremely early on, with lots of utility, you can see smokes towards house, flashbangs to send people through the Molotovs, or you can expect it to come really slowly. That'll usually come with kind of a split towards the B side of the map.
Well, we'll see if either of those are going to be the options employed by Mississippi, but things are getting underway here, and I think that, well, I think this first round will certainly be a tone setter.
It usually is, for sure, and honestly, I like this on the T side. P250, a smoke and a flashbang for top. Armor the rest of the players, Brock University Esports. They've got a lot more on their side as well. Honestly, this is surprising to me. A nade for Canadian Bacon. It'll be interesting to see how much impact this is going to have, but MSU, they're not looking to be slow whatsoever. Donut ready to find that first kill. That's the B bomb site already opened up.
That's not going to be confusing with Donut in the server and on the map, but
yeah.
Regardless, we're on the B site, and it's the unknown that has struck first for Brock as they move in. The flashbang doing some work to push back the B side, but Donut connecting. It's Archer to fall down prematurely. The two players remaining are quickly dispatched by Mississippi.
Solid round. No complaints whatsoever. Brock Esports, it was difficult. I think losing that first pick really made it a lot more difficult because once that player goes down, the trade's not really close behind. The 4v5 retake on the bomb site just becomes extremely difficult, especially with the, I mean, I say newer updates to the map, but we're in Counter-Strike, new as anything in the last 3 years.
True. That's exactly right. For all that are unaware, yeah, Counter-Strike changes do come, but they are slow. And well, Mississippi, they are certainly not slow to try and get this moving, but they have given up a massive amount of damage, players, and weaponry to Brock, as it's a 1 versus 2 for top.
The gun in hand, the smoke's gonna fade. He might just have the advantage, but no. Patrick with the Galil in hand will commit to that spray. And no response from top there with that MAC-10, and it will be a response for the CT side. They'll find that first round for themselves, and it will be off the back of MSU's pistol round. I think they're going to be a little bit shocked there. Honestly, I'm curious to see how they decide to kind of reinvest, or if they do at all.
And I mean, listen, I think Brock's decision to go for the force buy there, well, I mean, maybe a little bit of an interesting call in that, because the CT side can be so difficult, or excuse me, the T side can get so out of hand, you know, they make it work, and I will say the P90 is something that I'm enjoying immensely.
Yeah, but Top's already been dealt down to 70 HP. I'm not sure if you spotted him getting knifed by his teammate, but listen, he didn't need it. That's the mentality he's going to need to have here. Deagle shots towards this A bomb site. Usually it's only held by one person, and it's going to be Patrick, but after that contact, he'll have a couple more friends to come on and help, but Asir's gone for the aggression towards mid. Top's been removed from the server, and all of a sudden this T side's trapped and towards the lobby.
Oh, the unknown timing perfect there with that P90. It's going to be a couple of players here remaining, 3 specifically. And of course, Yoda down very low. That flashbang should buy some space. But with 50 seconds remaining, there is definitely still time to make this comeback. Whiskey with a nice one. Of course, there's still players remaining here in middle, and Nasir doing what he can.
He's not going to be able to do much more than that. Plenty of damage being dealt to the CT side, but we will see them prevail. And honestly, P90, it's not a gun you see at the high levels of competitive play often, Vincent, but when you see someone pulling it out and just kind of dealing lots of damage, it's always so satisfying.
And, well, Mississippi, they have gone for that buy. They went for what they could, and unfortunately, I think, you know, it's left them in a bit of a weird spot, right? They got the pistol round, but they've been unable to convert the 2 rounds after that. And so they're left to save into this 4th one. We've got to really see them get consistent weapons out, and I think that is something that we need to keep an eye on.
He's got the Twisted Hand. Overwhelmed, though, it's not the weapon you want to be fighting in a situation like that. And Pesto's finding a little bit of impact. We do see MSU finding 2 of these kills, but traded out by Canadian Bacon. Yoda behind enemy lines. P90, a good situation to find impact, and it will. Rock Esports find themselves a 3rd round, but they drop 2 players. It's not the worst situation ever, but MSU, they'll take them.
Hey, listen, they definitely will. You take anything that you can get on the T side of Ancient. But here we go. This is the round. This is a big one. It's the weaponry, the AKs, and actually Patrick does have the op-out, which can be such a really pivotal weapon on this map, and for the CT side especially. You can really move that around in a lot of different areas, whether that's towards B, whether it's towards mid, whether it's towards A. It's definitely mobile.
And it's really good at those opening duels too, because Ancient is one of those maps that like leans toward being able to just kind of disappear once you take that first shot. If you go for a swing towards mid, for example, at least up towards Catwalk, right? If you're swinging the kind of B doors, you take a shot, you disappear. As long as you got a teammate behind you to make sure you're not being flanked, it can be pretty effective. But MSU taking shots, and there's already lots of damage being done to Whiskey. Nasir's fighting in towards Cheetah, and he's been isolated. Archer's got the kill. His teammate's not close behind. The Unknown's waiting. We'll be able to fall back into the bomb site, though.
Looks like this is going to be the B hit off the back of that opening pick. Smokes, flashes coming over here. But the nade and, oh, the spray doing wonders. Canadian alongside the Unknown have done the due diligence. Just 2 players remaining, and Patrick has connected the shots. Brock showing up and showing out in this first game. They are not to be trifled with. They are absolutely worthwhile here. As we get down to what is a 1-on-4. First of those kills has gone the way of Donut, but oh, a second one as well. Very scary, baiting out the shot, but the pistol connects.
Close. I mean, once Patrick missed that shot, that was an open door for MSU to get back into the round, but fortunately for Patrick, the USB will deliver. And listen, I'm looking at the players in the server right now. Maybe Donut's 7-4, which is all fine and dandy, but Brock Esports, I mean, there's not really anyone underperforming right now. Everyone's just kind of sharing the success that the CT side's having so far.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where I get really excited, right? Because our expectations, right, were very much Mississippi State-sided. A lot of that based on our lack of understanding and knowledge about Brock. And, well, we're going to see Mississippi move their way up fast into this B site. Nice trade as Donut adds an 8 to his scorecard, but it's Nasir to find a double kill on the spray down in order to thin that number. The flashbang over from Zeke in order to give Canadian the angle that's necessary to hold back the plant.
Yeah, that's an interesting boost there in CT. And oh, that grenade. That's going to take out Archer. It's going to leave Whiskey in a 1v3 situation. The bomb's not going to be in a close position to pick up, but after this first kill, information will be available for the CT side. He grabs the first headshot. Bacon, though, are ready to swing back around. I keep thinking about Canadian will swing back around to AWP and find that last bit of impact to close the round. MSU, this is not what I was expecting off the start of the game.
No, not in the slightest. I mean, we saw them come out to that pistol round lead, and I was like, all right, well, this sort of, it's in line with our expectations, of course. And, well, I think Brock came out, they showed that those expectations, they need to be readjusted for a different Brock University. As we head into, what is the 7th round, and see yet another solid look. And was that what I think it was? Was Canadian trying to block that smoke?
He was. There are situations where you can block it, but you have to block it further down the stairs. What it does,
Yeah.
it creates a little one-way that you can sneak around with, especially with the op, but it was a little too far into the doorway for that to happen. I think it might have even been a different lineup, but MSU, they seem to be favoring mid for sure, no?
The reason I asked that question is because, I mean, again, adjusting expectations here, like, that's definitely a high-level thought process, right?
Sure.
To be thinking that. And, Brock showing once again that we have definitely not given them enough credit, as that shot narrowly misses. It is a leg, but no frag to be had yet.
And what that's going to do, though, is because Brock will be aware of that player kind of lurking in towards house, it's going to draw attention. You can see it. You've got Unknown that had rotated back through. You got a player in spawn as well to make sure that AWP is traded if Whiskey goes for the swing again. But honestly, I think he'll be allowed to get away with his life after that shot on top. He's on the perfect timing to walk in towards the safe side. He'll leave it empty. Zeke finds that first death of the round. Bomb going to be planted, but Yoda swings through. He's been punished.
No need to get so aggressive there. They had the smoke, but Canadian Bacon moving through Temple has made this very doable 3v3. Archer still trying to hold for any sort of flank, any sort of rotation, but that's actually not going to be coming. And Donut with the find. Canadian is dispatched and the AWP trying to rotate in here.
It's tragic.
Well, yeah. It was going to be difficult no matter, but Whiskey's timing makes it all the more tragic indeed. Archer and Donut, last 2 remaining, but the time has ticked, and the Unknown is just going to recover the op and run away.
It's going to be a weapon to save. The AWP is definitely one of the best ones. The bomb explodes. MSU, they'll finally put the bomb down and able to end the round off the back of it. But Brock University, listen, they've got this winning streak that they're on. They've been somewhat close rounds, and so they're not really too far ahead of the pack, and so MSU, they'll have a chance here into this one to kind of start retaking momentum. Brock University, this is the last of their economy.
Yeah, exactly. They are definitely on the cusp of being reset here. But if they can just take away this round, then things will be turned on their head. Once again, mid-control has been a consistent factor. Brock Sear taking the duel here in Jaguar. That is only a 1-for-1, and on the TT side, that's not usually going to be a positive trade, but the Unknown has taken that negative and turned it into a positive.
And that's a massive heads-up play in the mid-round from Unknown. Just that's something that you don't really think about unless you know what you're doing on this map. I think this actually might be... honestly, I feel like MSU might have picked into this map not recognizing how much experience Brock have on it. They seem completely competent.
Yeah, I'm thinking the exact same thing. And, I mean, it's hard to tell, right? I mean, especially in collegiate, right? We tend to expect maps like Ancient, number 1, not to be picked very often, but number 2, not to be practiced very often either. And, I mean, we even see that in, higher level plays, in advanced, especially here in North America, where teams don't tend to go towards this map as often. And it only seems more likely to be the case in collegiate. But Brock have expertly played their cards tonight, at least by the look of these first 8 rounds.
Oh, that's a kill. Spotted by Whiskey and claimed, redeemed. And we'll leave Patrick and Canadian in this 2v2 situation, but Canadian's in the back line, and Archer's on low HP. Honestly, he's got an 8 in hand, too. If this is well positioned, he could find the kill, but Patrick's taking damage.
He's
Swings away from Whiskey, and oh, yes, he has, but not enough damage to find the kill instead. It will be all done to Whiskey, and he'll be neutralized as well. Canadian pulling through in the 2v2 to win out the CT side yet another round, and that's MSU. That's coming back of their round win, and so that's their chance at getting momentum gone.
Yeah, and recovering an AK and the op as well is just so
HP,
much money. Yeah, the 1v2 is definitely possible. About 50 health between the two Brock University players, but still so much that was there, not quite able to be had. Mississippi, the good news for them is with the bomb plant, they're still able to purchase up, and you know, they only won that one round, so it's not like their loss bonus is fully evaporated either. So they're in a pretty good position to try once again, but you know, you start to feel like this is a much more competitive game than we had anticipated.
And one thing I'm going to notice, MSU, they've been leaning towards the A side of the map for a lot of these rounds. This isn't very traditional Ancient. You usually see the kind of mid-rounds playing out, and then the decision to split back towards A is happening later on. Patrick, though, he's got this aggressive position. We talked about the AWP and how impactful it can be on a map like Ancient. He's gone for the opening duel. Now that he's held for it, and he's been given some kills. Canadian lurking in mid will find some more, and the scoreboard's just going all blue for the time being. Whiskey only finding one trade, but he's been left alone to deal with the onslaught of this CT side, and Zeke's going to shut him down as well. Brock University will put themselves up to 7, and that's a dominant round to deal with what MSU had to offer.
And you know, it's a fair point, right? With the A side of this play being a little bit uncharacteristic, but their mid plays, Brock, I mean, they've been very good, very standard. In fact, I mean, you see the early utility being invested into that area from them consistently, and of course that mid lurk that we saw, it's something that you see relatively often as well. So Mississippi State, I mean, they absolutely might have made a huge error in their pick of this map.
The question remains whether or not they'll be punished later on, because we have to remember, I mean, MSU, this is the weaker half, right? And so you have to imagine they're going to be stronger heading to the later stages of this game. So the tone's being set right now, but that's definitely set to change. Some spam coming through the smoke. Yoda's just trying to work his way around. As Unknown needs to stay alive. He doesn't, and that'll open up this B bomb site, but oh, this is an awkward angle. Seer not able to find a kill as well. Yoda doubles up, and as the bomb goes down, MSU, they're on top of this round.
Whiskey on the flanks here has been critical, making yet another great play. The fake with the pistol still not enough to dissuade Patrick's P250, but still, Mississippi State with a statement of a round as they aggress towards the B side. It seems like your point about the fact that Brock have put a lot of their look towards this A site consistently has been noticed a bit here by MSU, and they've taken advantage.
An important note here too that MSU made the decision not to hunt for this AWP. I mean, you see Archer running towards the A site right now to try and punish, but there wasn't a collective decision to go for that kill, and that's going to favor Brock Esports a lot, because even if in a round like this, I mean, look at Canadian's money, he wasn't going to be able to buy armor and the weapon coming into this alongside all the utility that would come with a full gun round, and so Patrick's going to be able to offer that up for him, and ooh, that's an MP5. I love what I'm seeing.
We do love the MP5. A whole lot of fun. Silenced MP5. Not the most common.
We've been seeing it a lot recently, like an absurd amount.
Yes. And, well, I mean, this is the place to play with it, right? Close range.
Yep.
Potentially working from behind a smoke as well. That silencer.
Oh,
but aggression, that's not it, Chief. Not going to be where you want to be. Donut easily dispatching with one, but Whiskey getting found by the HE. Thing had a homing beacon on it, and Nasir waiting in the sight is good for a single one, but Patrick through the smoke, and Canadian moving forward to deny the plan. It's top versus 2.
You expect Zeke the back lines. That's a nice little lineup from Zeke. I would say a common one. He knows exactly where the bomb's being planted because Patrick's kind of sitting in the back lines of CT, but that's a good read. That's good communication. That's nice spatial awareness from the CT side to know how to close out that round. And I mean, despite that little hiccup in the beginning, MSU, they seem to have an opening into the round, and they just pulled it right back.
MSU, man, they've been here and there, right? Like, they've had some good openings, like you mentioned. I mean, that first kill, Donut, doing some very good work with it, but well, that nade could do some damage, and it will. This is, like I said, very consistent, good utility over here towards mid, but, well, top in towards the Donut area is going to find the opening pick, and so A is at least open for business to a certain extent, but Patrick, stalwart with the AWP, he's going to need to connect, and he has done just that. The first of those kills going his way, but Archer, meanwhile, has found Canadian. No more mid-lurk going to be coming in.
Zob just delivering for more impact. Patrick, it's so hard to take him out of the serve when he's just able to swing like this, unable to be punished, and he's single-handedly pulling Brock University back into this round, and you can see all the attention he's still drawing. A minute left on the clock, and this is just buying time for teammates to rotate through. But Patrick finally going to be eliminated. But low HP on both these players, unknown, just needs to push us over the line.
Oh, he's dropped the bomb there. Archer, low HP. This is dangerous to take this. Can get spammed right down. The flashbang. He's going to play the close angle.
Ooh.
This is just about timing. No, not going to elect to go through. Plays the waiting game, and Archer unable to overcome. Brock, a 9th round.
And honestly, one that MSU really needed. I think that having Patrick in the back of the bomb site to find 3 kills for the AWP, not just the fact that he gets 3 kills, but the fact that he's able to stay long for as long as he did, makes it so difficult for MSU to, you know, stake a claim into the bomb site, and the rotates were quick enough to make sure that once that bomb went down, it was in the clutch situation. At that point, it was anybody's round, and that is, I guess, another textbook example of how much impact the big green can have.
Yeah, and you know, it feels like if you spot Patrick there, you really just have to commit to aggressing upon him. If you give him space, if you give him time to set up additional shots and angles, and he'll just take everyone out. And that's exactly what we saw. And oh my goodness, damage done. And even a kill found there from Canadian. He's got those positions lined up perfectly to find MSU as they aggress towards mid.
Kill's not going to be able to be traded yet. Yoda's looking like he wants to try to go for the swing, and honestly, he'll find Canadian in a position to be taken out. But oh, that's an excellent transition to the crosshair, play straight onto his opponent's head. And Canadian, just as quickly as he found that kill through the smoke, he'll be taken straight back out of the server. We're heading into kind of the mid to late stage of this round. I mean, the map control that MSU need to work with, it's been obtained, and Yoda, he's gone aggressive. Asir's taken him out, but this actually should trigger MSU to walk over towards B. And indeed, Whiskey finds the kill. The bomb site's been opened up, but Whiskey, he wants more. He's been punished for it. That's a play I don't necessarily agree with.
No, I was just about to say that's greedy. Whiskey was hoping he could be the hero, but he already had the big impact. So much to be found there from MSU, but I think 2 individuals taking a little bit more than they really needed to bargain with. Right, Yoda solo aggressing in there towards middle. Just the lurk is necessary, and then Whiskey goes for the 2nd kill when just 1 was required.
And the fact that this CT side has just hit double digits too, it's pretty telling, honestly. We both predicted. I would say the chat predicted the direction this game was going to go. I mean, overall, listen, we still are in the first map. We're on the worst side from MSU, but this is a game that heavily relies on momentum, that relies on mental states, and Rock Esports having the advantage here. This could kind of transfer into the next.
Archer, the man we talked about, is potentially one to watch as they found the opening. Yoda doing the same work as they open up this B site. MSU, a couple more rounds is really required, I think, for this map. And ooh, Patrick, you cannot be giving Patrick that many chances.
And perhaps another kill too, and with that lurk kill gone as well, MSU, they're gonna have to stick to this bomb site hold. Canadian swing straight into the cross his donut, but spotted out now. That opens up the door for Patrick to go for something. Oh, that Molotov, though, excellently placed. That's going to prevent him from getting into the bomb site. It's going to buy more time, and despite the fact that he has a kit, it's still a 1v2 situation. Isolated, and Donut now, he's backed up just to seal the deal on this round. The timing, it's not there for Patrick anymore. The bombs tick down too far, and Donut surely ready to close the round. He does. He swings, and MSU back up to 4.
I'm being absolutely just trolling here, but
okay,
he did have a smoke. He did have a smoke.
Patrick?
Yes.
Okay, that's not something I noticed. I actually would have been interested. I think he was still expecting him to be back at the bomb site. In that little cubby. So I think that's not a situation where you would have wanted to toss that smoke. I could have seen him just trying to clear that, and once he did, I think he just realized he was out of time, went for the stick, and just didn't quite.
No, 100%. I'm being absolutely unreasonable, but
oh yeah, as we are usually.
Whiskey. Oh, there we go. At least getting 1. That is good. Patrick though, nice little trade.
Oh my.
Oh boy, is here. That is feels bad, man, of the highest of regards. It'll be a swap as the unknown takes the rifle. As you're going to go for the deagle and definitely going to vacate that position for the time being.
I wonder what the communication was like there. Just like, yeah, take that.
I'm dead. Take my gun. That's what it was.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the unknown doing massive work with it. Canadian Bacon doing some more. Headshots rain in. What? Donut! Come on!
What's happening?
I'm so confused at why Donut wasn't aware of this. It's a 1v4. Yoda finding the first, but it's just the one. 4 rounds on the T side. I mean, the thing about this is that that's sort of standard, but based on our expectations, they've been blown out of proportion, Birdie.
Absolutely, and we'll just take a quick moment to once again thanks our sponsor, Extra Life. Make sure you go to extralife.org to find out more information. Thank you so much to Extra Life for being able to support this event and what we put on here at NACE. And you're absolutely right, though, Vincent. This is crazy. I never would have thought that the game would have started with the pace that it has so far. And honestly, it's not like Bronx University. They're putting on like ridiculous strategy. Their utility's not excellent. It just seems like MSU aren't winning gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, and well, I'll get back to that. Let's talk about this round. The pistol. This is an important one for MSU to pick up. This Donut connects that first shot. He's got a whole lot of fish to shoot, and they're right in the barrel. He's found them finally.
Wait, that was Zeke. He took out his own teammate. What? Oh my!
He did, right? He only had 2. Donut only got 2 there. That's unfortunate.
From our perspective, it definitely seemed like Donut got like 3 or 4 kills there, but no, he only got like 2.
Yeah. Oh man, but anyway, so the point I was trying to make before the round snuck up on us was that, like, yes, MSU, that's not like the worst half on Ancient, but they were definitely struggling to win some of those individual duels and some carelessness as well, which is a little bit odd considering the experience that MSU players individually have.
Oh, that's a nice opening kill, though. It is pistols, but that's money for the MP9 to farm with, and it might just place MSU back in the lead. More aggression, though, coming over towards A. Traded! So the Glocks do find some impact, but it's not an open door towards the A side. Top's ready to punish this. Indeed he does. Bomb stuck at spawn, and Unknown's lurked his way in towards his B bomb site. I'm not sure if MSU are aware, but maybe a chance for a couple more kills.
Certainly is. And whilst we see the hunt ongoing, let's talk about the chances here for Mississippi State, because you know, for those that aren't you know, Counter-Strike aficionados, might think this is a very large deficit, and it is, but on Ancient, this is still very winnable.
And especially if you're considering the MSU are coming to this as their map pick, the T side can feel a little bit random at times. It's one of those, excuse me, it's one of those maps where if you don't quite hit your stride, let's say, the momentum can come on very late in the half. And listen, they did end up finding a couple of rounds, and so it's not really an impossible situation to come back from. An 11-6 scoreline, indeed, it does look bad from a numbers point of view, but they've got the guns right now up against the rifles of Bronx University, and to be honest, if they can win this round, maybe the next one too, they're right back into it. That's
exactly right. This is a very one-dimensional attack from Brock, but hey, one dimension, if it's good, that's all that you need. One player on the site trying to play around the smoke, actually doing a great job of just that. Yoda gonna get away with one, but trades coming through, and Patrick even burning top alive. It leaves 2 remaining.
That smoked. It's such a good job of buying time. Unfortunately, it just didn't net any entries into the round. It's MSU, as the rotations came through, the smokes denied them vision. And off their fade, Donut's gone for a swing. He's found an early kill. Helped out by his teammate towards Donut, but that's information now for this team side. 3 remaining players. Zeke swings back through. He's committing to that spray, and he finds one off the back of it. That is Donut in an awkward situation, though, because Unknown's he's ready to clean up this round.
Yeah, great play there. Heads up from the Unknown just to get behind the player there. Confirming Donut and the frag at Mississippi State. Well, they aren't quite out of this one yet. I mean, they have their economy in a little bit of a weird place. Like, look at Yoda, 1,700. That's not great. So I think they're definitely having to save. It's just how much do they invest? And the players with a little bit of extra cash go for some 5-7s.
This utility really is going to be the thing that punishes this T side. Ancient is a very utility-heavy map. It's really difficult to get your way into the bomb sites and even take map control over towards mid if you don't have just about all 5 smokes to work with, if you don't have the right flashbangs in the right places, with the right Molotovs to force your players out of position. And so, I mean, listen, we see some utility flying over right now, but who is it? It's Yoda that's currently pushing towards the lobby.
Oh, Yoda. Oh, it's when do you take the shot? Now is the time.
Absolutely right now. No.
Oh, he needs to get one there. That's what I was worried about, right? Like you wait a little bit too long, and then everybody is getting a little suspicious, and you miss one shot, and it's all over. A good play, unfortunately, not able to be capitalized upon, and Mississippi State, with that loss in, well, the previous round as well, they're now very much up against the wall. There's not a lot of there's not a lot of space for them to make any more mistakes.
And just a quick talking point as we're in kind of the freeze time here. Patrick is 21-9.
Wow. I mean, you talked about the big grain and how effective it is. I think that really goes to show how effective it has been.
Honestly, that's, I would say it's like opping too. It's one of those situations where it's like you usually deal a lot of impact, but you don't necessarily have the most kills. But no, this is quite the contrary. Patrick's been. He's been in a lot of the important gunfights, and he's come out on top a lot of the time. MSU, wait, look at their utility already. It's gone.
Yeah, what utility? They have none. Literally in the bin. Mississippi State. What more can they do? And I mean, it's really even worse when you put it against what Brock you have at their disposal. I mean, pretty much a plethora of opportunities, and it's not even the one-for-one. Archer needed to be able to trade evenly there for this to even be reasonable.
And MSU, they're swinging back through, not with utility, but the rifles instead. They've got the early kill, and actually, Brock, they've yet to actually work their way into the bomb side, so it's a kill that the CT side will take. The question is that going to trigger their reconsideration on this hit? It doesn't seem to be so. Molotov flying through into the smoke fades towards ramp. It will be the players to start to work their way in. Patrick's found an opening, but boost! Oh, it literally lined it up, but Zeke eliminates Whiskey through the smoke. The Steed side, though, low on HP. The Scout could clean up, combined with the effects of this M4A1S. Canadian gone, bomb planted, but they're not out of this.
No, absolutely doable. The low health here on Patrick as well makes it a little bit more difficult, but still, the swing. Patrick still hitting shots with the AK. That's 2 more to add on to the already solid players' belt. But Yoda versus Zeke. Is he going to check this angle? He certainly is, and Yoda with the widest of swings was able to connect the shots for Mississippi State. They stay alive, albeit a close round.
Honestly, I forgot who it was in the middle of the bomb site, but the moment he killed that player towards CT on 4 HP, in my head I was like, Brock University, they've got this round, but MSU, they're able to pull it back. The scoreline, the round difference starting to dwindle, but listen, this is the kind of double-edged sword, right? Where it's like, if you're MSU, the more rounds you win in a row, the closer you get to pulling this game back. But the more loss bonus Brock University starts to build, it becomes more and more dangerous. Every gun round becomes just a more and more, like a bigger opportunity for Brock to close this out.
Well, and with 2 MP9s, this is going to be difficult. Donut, thought maybe would have had that one. I have a interesting flash, to say the least. And unfortunately, the timing not there for Donut. It's Archer on the site. Really needs to stand tall here. He's going to get that first shot, but he's on an island, a man alone, and in trouble. As the Seer going to confirm the final frag on the site. The flank coming through, and once again, a crazy adjustment there from Yoda as they move forward. Close range, Whiskey on the upgrade to the AK. 2 players down, and 1 more to follow as Whiskey confirms it's Patrick alone versus 3. The spam damage is good, and the triple kill for Whiskey.
Ancient spraying through smokes. Name me a better duo, Vincent.
I know.
Any better duo.
Literally none. I mean, maybe Nades and Banana, but It's close.
It's a toss up for sure. And it has to be said, I guess this is the first time this game where we might actually see Brock University start to feel some pressure. They're back on the eco, and listen, they're still 5 rounds in the lead, but
Wait, back on the eco? They've barely been on the eco.
Good point. They're on the eco. They've been introduced to the concept of an eco.
Yes. Wait, we can't buy every round? No, what?
Yeah.
There we go. That was a nice shot from Yoda.
Oh yeah, but it seems like Brock are already out of this round. Oh, okay. Take my words away, Zeke.
Yes, please give me more of this. I want it.
I'm getting flashbacks to last Friday.
Ah, yes, indeed. That shot's so hard to hit as well.
I know.
Like if you don't play Ancient, like that's just not somewhere you take gunfights. Mm-hmm. So it just makes it all the more impressive for me.
Yeah, but I guess I'll finish off the point I was making, right? Brock University, so they're on the eco now, a good chance at MSU to pick up their 9th. Indeed, they do. Only 4 rounds separating these two teams, but MSU, they're going to start feeling a lot better about the situations they're being put in. Their money's starting to build as well. They're not going to be too concerned about the gunfights they take. And I think they seem to be hitting a lot more shots, too. I'm seeing the confidence build. And so, obviously, Brock, they do still have the lead, as mentioned, but they'll have to start thinking a little bit harder about the steps they take.
Well, a throwback to one of the actually relevant points that we made in our pre-show is the confidence factor, right?
Yes.
And you just mentioned Mississippi playing it, and here's that block smoke we were talking about before, early on, if you do remember, not making it actually work for him this time. We saw the attempt being made by, I think it was Patrick, earlier on.
It's a nice shot from Yoda too. Yeah, it's a quick, clean one to eliminate another rifle out of the server, and we're seeing a lot of 1v1s be taken. Honestly, I'm seeing symptoms right now of what like a double up setup on Mirage would look like. Where it's just like
the same thing.
Yeah, where you just keep walking into it and you feel just completely locked out of the round. Because Brock, I mean, let's be honest, they're not using utility and they're just taking all these fights dry. Here's another one.
It's so oppressive. It really is. You feel like you can't swing anything. And of course, I mean, after that eco, Brock, it's not like they've had the greatest of utility. Like, yeah, they had a little bit, but swinging into 3 players is not the ideal fun time for Patrick. What are your thoughts on the double AWP? Obviously, it worked magically there for Mississippi, but like generally speaking, double op on CT side vert Ancient.
I think it's fine. Ancient's usually one of those maps where when you're on the retake, you're actually taking a lot of 1v1 fights. There's a lot of just kind of weird jiggle peaks into 1v1 fights. I mean, think about like if you're walking back in from CT onto the bomb site, you're kind of jiggling the ramp, and then you jiggle the pillar, and then you jiggle into cave. You know what I mean? And so
yeah,
those are angles an op can take. And
right.
Usually once you clear those out, it's very unlikely that someone's just going to come out from the void and punish you in a wider swing. And so I think it's fine on a map like Ancient, but we're on Ancient.
Indeed. Mississippi State, they have absolutely been making this comeback look better and better. And Brock University, I think the other side to this coin is that, well, they're once again on an eco. They were unable to get the bomb plant. And, you talked about how the economy can continue to kind of be aggressive for Brock. That's only if they get bomb plants. The op, though, has missed the shot, and Nasir is going to take Yoda out. So, advantage gained, and the op just barely misses. Whiskey needs to connect some kills here. Has to do it. But he has missed all of these shots, connecting, trying to take one out. He's going to take out the USP, and I guess if the AK is ineffective, the USP is good enough, but the op is even better. Oh my goodness, Canadian Bacon with a double kill. If Patrick's not here, he can step up to the plate.
And yeah, it's done indeed. Already grabbed 3, and it's going to be unknown to push it over the line. And what an excellent round for the AWP once again, and it seems like Brock, just the moment they're able to buy the $4,750 weapon, it just seems like anything is possible.
I mean, and listen, I hate to say it, but Whiskey has to get kills there. Like, it's hard, I understand, you're on an island there, especially with Yoda going down early, but you cannot get nothing. And Whiskey, unfortunately, was unable to even stall out the aggression from Brock.
14-10. Rock University, this is... They're definitely on just the grind right now. I would say both teams are on the grind, actually, just looking for ways into the shroud. The nade's gonna commit for damage. Top's just ready to find 2 more through the side out smoke. Do you remember who threw that?
The smoke? Yes, it was the cave player.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense.
Exactly. Top taking great advantage of it, but it wasn't just Top in the aim department, which, you know, no doubt was fantastic right there. But the other side to that was the utility, right? MSU threw some really good early round utility. I think they chipped down 3 different players, and they, I think, tagged down 1 player just above 50 HP. So to lose out on, you know, like 150 health in the beginning 10 seconds of the round, great stuff from MSU.
And they're inching closer and closer. They've already made their case for kind of the comeback. We've kind of been setting them up for it. But, I mean, Brock University, listen, 2 rounds away, we've seen Pistols in just about every single game we've casted pull miraculous rounds together in situations, just awkward timings, players caught between flashbangs. Brock University still have their chances. And, I mean, MSU, this is what I would say to be a pivotal round. If Brock are able to deal a significant amount of damage and force MSU onto kind of an awkward bind to the next, it's going to set them up really well for their gun run. Yeah,
and I think it sounds kind of weird, right, to put so much impact on a round like this one where it's a quasi-buy. You have a sort of a hero AK here for the unknown, and everybody else is on pistol armor at best. But you're absolutely right, especially considering the impact that previous pistol win for Brock University had in this game. Mississippi State, they need it, and they need it bad. But the good news here, Birdie, is that I really like the setup that MSU have, right? They've been very passive. They had been very passive. That was Yoda getting a little bit too aggressive. And, well, unfortunately, that's the second time that he's been caught out getting aggressive at A, too.
Yeah, but it is now Top once again with the A1S, man. Low HP, but he finds 2 nonetheless. I mean, listen, the Deagles at that range are a lot harder to hit shots with. But the bomb's now stuck on this A bomb site. The rest of this T side will have to commit. Canadian, he's rotated through towards House. Donut was not ready for that fight, and he's come out on top. Zeke as well is committed with the Deagle for another kill, but Whiskey needs to be the one to pull them back, and he does find 2. And information on the last player. Archer should be able to tap him down, but if he does it, the time should be the one to betray him.
That really scared me. I thought Archer had the angle, but I mean, listen, we have X-ray, and it's hard to see sometimes on this map at range. So, you know, fair enough. Mississippi State, they scare me, but fortunately, they have been able to overcome Top, bailing the team out there in a big way. Got to be careful of that over-aggression there from Yoda at A. Second time, I think that it's been a near problem.
So, what do you think here, Vincent? Is this do or die?
For MSU, absolutely.
I'll agree with you on that. Let's not agree to disagree today. Thoughts?
Very good. I can work with that. Let's see if MSU can work with this. Oh, they have no idea how close this is.
I know. Actually, just feet away. It's utility towards B, though. It's drawing the rotation away from mid, and this actually could mean, awkwardly enough, it could mean a quicker rotate over towards the A side, but Canadians worked his way around. Whiskey's been taken out. The Op is going to have to commit towards the fight in middle. And if this bomb commits over towards A, they're only going to find Yoda ready and wait. But Archer's taking another fight. He's trying to trade out this teammate. Oh, and Canadian, this is a dangerous play.
Dangerous, but high risk, high reward. You can't get nothing if you don't take chances. And Canadian Bacon is taking the chance of a lifetime there. We said it was do or die here. Yoda stepping up, has had some big moments. Is going to need another one here, but cannot do it. Top is there as well. Donut in the rotate in, 2-on-3 in the armor, alongside limited, or actually no utility for the CTs. But they could absolutely do this.
A well-placed bullet from Top to bring it back into this 2v2. All of a sudden, Chances might just favor this CT side. Donut's been taken out, though. It's a well-placed headshot from Patrick. And Top, this is not the weapon you want to have in the retake. And when we talked about the angles, how easy they are to clear, that's one of the only crossfires you can have. And Rock University, they've exploited it. They put themselves onto map point on MSU's map pick.
And it's all off the back of that high-risk play from Canadian Bacon. Able to find the whiskey kill early on, and then Archer goes down in the meantime. Just great work. And Brock University potentially here to counterfeit the map pick of Mississippi State. Would turn heads. Absolutely turning heads on this desk. And nice shot there from Patrick. Once again, aggression denied at A.
It's awkward timing in mid. I'm actually surprised Top's juggling those two angles and still comes out on top of the kill. He's been doing really well, actually, so far in this game. And actually, a talking point I wanted to say last round, just didn't quite the chance to do. Yoda's been... we saw the smoke push in that last round from Donut. He tried to force a fight back into the round, and arguably it was one of the things that cost MSU the round. It wasn't the first time we saw Yoda go for plays like that. I wonder if that's something that's being communicated to the rest of his team, because, I mean, he is one of the newer players in the roster, right? And so, trying to coordinate plays like that, asking for utility, that might not be something that's happening.
Whatever it is, there's been miscues a couple of times. Utility coming out here for the B hit. Yeah, that nade is going to be pretty chunky. Canadian Bacon down under the 50 HP mark, and oh, I like that. I like that play. Donut is in a good position, but ultimately he's not able to find a kill. Feels like he was set up perfectly, but unfortunate. And oh no! Through the wall, Archer down. That was potentially the game-changing position. But now Whiskey has to clutch. The op denied. 1-on-2.
Oh, that Molotov. He actually hasn't connected with the smoke too. All of a sudden, this 2v1 is just going to take a little bit longer, and he doesn't have a kit to his name. I don't know if there's one on the bomb site. He's going to have to force a 1v1 sooner or later, and it's going to be unknown to do instead. 16-12. And Brock University able to pick up MSU's map pick. This is not the direction we thought this map was going to go, and that was an extremely impressive performance coming out from the former.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I think that there's just so much to talk about here. The first of which, the first point, though, is just entirely blowing everyone away, right? Brock, you and I, we were not on board. We thought Mississippi State were going to be able to take this. Of course, that's Mississippi State's pick as well, which is another factor to add. But it wasn't just us. It was everybody in chat was also thinking Mississippi State all the way.
More than 90%.
They, too, got counterfeited here. Brock, very well done. They show themselves out, and they make the moves to put themselves up one map in this series. And
I honestly only have one justification for it. I'm trying to think which play this was. I don't quite remember. That's a great spray down from Canadian, though. And I guess back to the Patrick. AWP, actually, this is actually a talking point. One of the ones I was going to talk about. This man single-handedly kept Brock University up on their CT side.
Yeah. I mean, Patrick just had so much high impact. So many moments there on the A site, especially, that like the take was coming in, and he could reliably get 2 or 3. Oh. And yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, ironically, actually really gave MSU a chance back in there. But some big moments, and unfortunately, on the other side of that, I think that you see the difference between the holds that Yoda was able to put forward on this site versus Patrick, and the difference was clear.
Absolutely. And I'll be honest, if I'm looking at this after the fact with hindsight, I think there's only one real explanation for Mississippi State. I don't think they play Ancient. From what we just saw, that didn't seem like a comfort pick for them. That didn't seem like a it didn't seem like a great situation that they were going to be able to capitalize off. It seemed like something they were trying to troll, to be honest. As we saw a couple of situations that were trading damage. I'll be frank, it didn't seem like a comfort pick for them.
I can agree with the fact that it did not look like they had everything prepared. It felt like to me that Ancient is a map that Brock play, and that they play very well. They had a lot of great utility set up, but that being said, this is not the end for Mississippi State. It is going to be Brock's pick, but Overpass is coming up next. But we're going to head to a break. Before we do that, we'll see you in just a few minutes. Don't go too far. Brock University showing all of the predictors that they don't know what's up. Mississippi State falling to them on their own map pick 16-12, and we head into Overpass coming up next. Vincent alongside Birdie Box, and I gotta say, Birdie, I am just blown away with how well Brock were playing, and as they head into their own map pick, I feel like there's a chance that this is actually a 2-0, as crazy as that is to say.
Yeah, absolutely. That first map from Brock definitely showing us that MSU arguably picked into their map pool, which is not something I think they were expecting. But I mean, we talked before the game about there wasn't quite a lot of information to base things off of for the side of Brock, and so maybe heading to Overpass, the map pick of Brock, who knows what we're walking into. MSU, and I doubt this is a map that they don't play. But in the same way, if Ancient is at all familiar to what we might see on Overpass, this could totally be a 2-0.
Yeah, and I think that is what is most surprising to me, right? Like, we saw MSU picking into Ancient and then making some very silly plays in some of those moments, right? Like, and you and I were kind of talking about it in between maps here, that there was some individual plays being made that didn't have any support from the team, and, you know, sometimes that's required. Let's be honest, Counter-Strike can be an individual game, but at the end of the day, your team is required, and it is important to be able to utilize the utility of your teammates to set yourself up for success, and we weren't really seeing that from Mississippi.
I mean, and not just that too, because there is a time and place for Hail Mary plays, right? But in a situation where, you know, you're on equal standing with your team, you don't need to go for individualistic plays. You have your teammates around you to work with. There's just no reason not to.
Exactly. I mean, so as we head in towards Overpass, I think that the question becomes for us and everyone in chat watching, will Mississippi be able to reset themselves, get beyond the mental rut that is losing your own map? Because, I mean, let's be honest, it happens, but it's definitely not something you ever expect or are hoping is going to be happening. So you're always a little bit caught off guard when that comes through. I think it requires a bit of a mental reset, and I'm hoping that Mississippi State can do just that.
Yeah, and Overpass is one of those maps. Listen, Ancient, like, it's difficult to pug out because all the utility, and Overpass has a similar vibe in the sense that, I mean, you can pug it out, don't get me wrong. You can totally send players around to just lurk on this map and do their own thing, but you still need to have a coordinated kind of bigger picture. This is one of the more tactical maps in the game in terms of baiting out rotations, trying to force rotations, picking those early fights, and so Overpass in that regard is one of the more tactical maps in the game, and I'm looking forward to see which one of these teams is going to come out on top in that sense.
Well, the good news for Mississippi is that they get to start out on the CT side. That is the favorite side on this map, and well, considering it's Brock's pick, that is why they get to make that decision. So I think that at the very least, they have the best chance to get, you know, kind of that ball rolling. The momentum conversation, as we've so often had, momentum is indeed a big part of this game. And, well, we head into this one as the timeout, I think, just about to expire. Probably something getting sorted, and now we are all good to go. Be seeing Zeke on the purchase for the utility. The T side, no kits for Mississippi. That is either very confident or an oversight.
I'd say we're past the map where you might not necessarily need the kit. The rotations are usually quick enough, and you're taking fights early enough into the round where it might not matter. But I think this is a pretty standard pistol round, I would say, from MSU so far. Going for that contact play towards Fountain, being able to fall back, keeping yourself alive. What's not standard, though, is Yoda being over towards Long, but he's been spotted out immediately. And honestly, him coming to this fight, and this is the right range for the USP, but this is not the amount of players you want to be fighting.
Yeah, he needs to fall back. He needs to get the heck out of there. And he's still playing this aggressively. But this time, he does have some help if they were to have gone that direction. But no players moving that way. Top is going to hear all of these rotates. And the B push is coming on forthwith. As it's a little interesting, to say the least.
Okay, though, Top able to find some contact. The bomb, though, it's been shifted onto the B bomb site. It's going to be Zeke to be left dealing with that flank position. But MSU, they're not really wasting time. They want to get ahead of these gunfights. Canadians going to find an early entry. Yoda's able to respond, and it's just the remaining 3 players on this T side to try to find kills, but it's going to go blue across the scoreboard. Unknown's able to find responses. He's left in this 1v2, but just so many players to deal with, and Yoda's going to be the one to seal the deal. MSU with the first pistol overpass. Did they? I don't remember. Did they find the first one on Ancient?
MSU, yes, they did.
They did. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it got counterfeited immediately, and they were unable to take advantage of that. But things could be different here, and I imagine that they will. But with the bomb planted, Brock, there's a chance they go for the buy here, and yes, they will. It worked for them before, so why not go for it again? A scout, excuse me, for Canadian Bacon. And interesting to see, Patrick, who had such a really high impact with the AWP, not the one on the scout, but hey.
Honestly, I don't hate this from either side. Brock University, it's definitely a nice decision to invest into this unknown style that early kill. Ooh, that is good. Nice little entry to take top out of the server. He was one of the players who put in great work in that last map and in the pistol round even. That last round. And so, I mean, listen, this is a good situation for Brock. They've got the first early entries. MSU don't necessarily have the best buy to work off of. This is going in their favor.
Yeah, this is very scary considering, what we saw from MSU. In that first map, flashbang, again, entry. That nade bounces off a T player, but it's more of irrelevant as the entry goes their way. It's Yoda on the site, connecting that first couple of kills. This could be the game changer, the massive move, but no, Patrick connecting. It's there. Trade's not quick, but the unknown is ready on the flank, and even with the 1 HP. Oh my goodness. MSU, once again, cannot take advantage of the pistol win as they are forced back and out.
I wonder if he knows that he knocked him down to 1 HP and lost out at the very end of that. That's tragic for sure, but
I mean, he'll know at the end. I mean,
actually, this is a hub. They might see the player damage. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I assume they will.
Who knows? It depends on the league for sure. And so MSU Bombers for a couple of these players. Yoda and Archer saving, probably for AWPs and utility. This is a nice little boost, nice little early entry for top once again. Spamming away with the Deagle, and Yoda's pushing off the back of this. This is a nice heads-up play. Zeke might not necessarily be ready for this, and Yoda's picked up a rifle to make this work. Oh, never mind.
Zeke with some nice cleanups. Yoda and Donut trying to play closer range. Yoda's going to be buying the AWP, by the way, based on the 1750 still in the bank account. Oh, all right. Nice little find. Top and Whiskey, the last two alive, and, well, the unknown. For the triple kill, Brock, once again, just stepping up, making this look really simple on an anti-eco round that could have gotten out of hand pretty fast.
It could have, especially off the back of that opening. Luckily, though, there was some decent trades to come back through. Zeke with the AK towards, I think it was the AK, towards Monster. Being able to find not only the kill towards Monster, but the kind of trade over towards the water tunnels was definitely what helped pull the T-side back into the lead there. But really the big question here is, I don't think it's whether or not Brock is going to win this round, because we got USP as a board. It's how much damage MSU can do when swinging out here. They've done some. They finally commit to that kill. Yoda's gone. And, as I say this, Asir's gone down as well. But traded back by Unknown. Donut's left with an AK in hand. A 1v3 as the bomb will look to be recovered. I assume it'll shift towards B, but Donut, this is a good opportunity to build more damage.
Yeah, and a little bit of an interesting decision there from Zeke to give Donut the chance to take his hat off. But I think Zeke, getting tagged down, going to elect to take the safer route and play with the team. Mississippi State, I mean, if they could save this AK, that'd be great, but I don't know that that's going to be possible or even intended. No, definitely looking to save is Donut.
And it'll be a good gun to save too. I mean, listen, they're on this 2-round loss bonus. If they can save it, honestly, they might be able to buy an AWP into the next round off the back of it. You know what I mean? Just have Archer or Yoda buy the gun, you toss it over to your teammate, and at that point, it could be you toss his AK over towards someone else, and all of a sudden you have full guns ending into the next round. It might not be perfect. I don't think everyone will have full utility to work with, but you could have an AWP on the board to try to fight the C side.
Fair enough. Let's get it. We will have Yoda, I believe. No. Yoda saved into that eco round in order to looked as if he was going to buy the op. Instead, it's going to be Archer purchasing it up, throwing that over the top, who I guess has the spawn? No spawn. Limited utility here for MSU.
This is an opening duel though. Yoda, he's gonna be aware of that one. You hear the spray coming out from Zeke, and he's been punished as a result. The trade, it's gonna be too far away for his teammate to deal with. And Yoda's going in for more, a third in the round to shut down Brock University in the 5th.
To remain, and well, now it's just one top. Nice work, but it's Yoda who did the heavy lifting, the hard yards. Canadian taking the last alive. It's questionable whether he can really find too much, but he does have the bomb on his back. Yoda is absolutely not stopping.
I wonder how quickly he's going to be hunted down here, because I mean he's got this 50 seconds, right? I mean he's lurking in connector, and he's literally got players on all sides.
Yeah, they've made a diamond of sorts around him.
Yeah. Well, it will be the nice last kill for Yoda to find himself a 4K actually. All those 3 kills towards water, those are high impact plays. Those were, I mean, what's interesting enough is on Ancient, those would have been the plays we would be criticizing him for.
Well, I mean, I think that the reality though is that, if it works, you're doing great, but if it doesn't, those solo plays can be scary. So I think we're going to need to continue watching out for that, and either hope that Yoda can continue to find that sort of success, and props if he can, but if not, it could be a point of contention. We will see. Brock going for the buyback here. They got the op out, and they're very fast up the monster tunnel, but Donut is there for 1 kill before he gets dispatched. The player over towards Graffiti is tagged low. That's Yoda, but the timing is not on his side. Should be able to get the bomb planted here sooner or later, but Patrick is taking his time. Eventually, Yoda goes down 3 and 3, but top on the Heaven area, getting the double kill. It's down to a Seer.
But he's traded back, and in the 1v2, he's isolated into 1v1. Whiskey was so close to danger there, just barely not revealing his shoulder. And this is an excellent timing for Whiskey. Surely he's going to spot the rifle, seals the deal as well. That's a 3rd round from MSU. They team up, they tie up the scoreboard, and in a very close situation with the B-bomb site, Brock, I don't think there were more than a couple, like, change situations there, different gunfights from winning the round.
Yeah, I'm a little miffed, though. I don't understand why Brock didn't plant the bomb at all. I mean, they had like 15 seconds there when the take had happened to plant the bomb. They just didn't for some reason, and then of course them not planting the bomb and not getting into post plants is what allows top to have free reign. So, bit of a mistake, I think, from Brock University, and not something we've seen a lot of them, right? Like, the times that MSU have been able to bring it back has rarely been Brock mistakes, but rather just MSU playing well. And speaking of playing well, Seer is able to do incredibly well to find that pick in towards Yoda. And once again, that solo aggression, it can be a very hit or miss type of thing.
And the problem there too is, I mean, I'm not quite sure if the rifle dropped, but it's definitely recoverable for the T side. And so this isn't like just, a kill was found towards monster off the spawn and it's just an extra player that Brock has to work with. That's something that could be used against them. And MSU, that's an open door for more damage to be dealt against them, and in a round where they're trying to mitigate it.
Oh, Canadian doing a lot of good work trying to play around that smoke, but ultimately it's just a little bit of tag damage. Brock, pretty passive at the moment, and there's that recovered rifle that you were just talking about, and that recovery is going to be the key to call the rotate back up towards A. Oh, Top is so quick with this one, but Canadian Bacon. The Deagle shot ringing true. 20 seconds though. They gotta get on the site. Whiskey has stopped them in their tracks, and a little bit of a struggle to get the eventual shots, but 10 seconds. They gotta go. It's now or never. And it will be never by the look of it.
But there were so many moments during that where I was like, oh, MSU is going to pull this through, and then, kill to get to get Brock back into the round, and that M4 was never able to activate, too, and so, dangerous situations, but overall, I think the T-side's going to be more than happy with the fact that they got 3 kills off the back of the Deagles. They're investing back into this 8th round, and MSU, but what I would say is a failed attempt at damage control now. They've put themselves into dangerous waters, and we'll have to fight this full-on gun round and potentially an op duel as Patrick's picked a beta BP.
Well, that's scary. Same is true for Canadian taking this duel. Top of the op, trying to re-swing that is definitely a little dicey, but ultimately it's not going to matter. And is this setup? I mean, look at the setup back at B here for MSU. It's once again another very individual setup.
I mean, very individual. I mean, Yoda's been taking that angle almost every single round. I'm somewhat surprised he has been punished more often. He almost was in this round, but this is nice as a play from Whiskey to push through towards long. This is information, but I'm not sure if he'll quite spot any players. I mean, he might have spotted a Seer heading in towards long, but regardless, it's good information. This player's in connector, maybe heading down towards the B-bomb site.
Smoke went out towards heaven for now, but Brock, they're not interested in committing off the back of that. They go for the boost over, but Donut seemingly prepared. And with 30 seconds, the MSU utility is waning, but still not gone. And there's Whiskey chiming in, stepping up on the back line. It's down to Asir and the Unknown. The flank, the lurk from Asir is read incredibly by Top. And it's just a matter of time trying to get his weapon out of there. But Whiskey, 2 kills on the lurk. He's been very good in that position, Whiskey.
Absolutely no complaints. But with the rifles from Brock University falling short, I mean, once again, they're in talks about how to try to fix this economy. There won't be, I don't imagine there'll be much investment into this round. If there will be, it'll just be enough to carry them over into this round. And this is, I mean, what's funnily enough, this is kind of the same situation that MSU were in on Ancient, just kind of always struggling to find those first kills, unable to stay in the advantage heading to later parts of the rounds, the economy continuing to bully them, getting a little bit of a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, but I think there's a key difference for me, and that is that, well, Brock haven't really been able to, or they haven't necessarily been pushed back consistently at these sites, right? Like Brock, sure, they lost out in the late round there at B, but we haven't seen them like go for that fast, long aggression or anything like that could really turn the tide.
Yeah, but MSU have gone aggressive. The Deagles have punished them before, and once again, as Unknown finds the first victim, Top is able to trade back, but he'll opt to retreat and keep another gun in the hands of the CT side. But I don't know, man. Once again, a rifle recovered in dangerous situations. Top, though, I can appreciate aggression like this. They're not necessarily safe gunfights, but
with the IWP, I mean, you definitely can take those deals.
Exactly, that's really the point.
You know, it's not nearly as scary as if you had a rifle. You know, Whiskey, how is he here? I don't understand. He's caught us here for free. Whiskey trying to fall back, and Zeke trying to keep them all. Oh, nice shot. P250. They said it was nerfed. I don't believe it.
It never was.
Smoke as well going towards heaven. There's only one player. That's going to be over towards Graffiti. The bomb should be able to go down here.
Oh, nice. Like swinging up through heaven. Yeah, Yoda has indeed. worked his way through the smoke. He's found another victim and cleaned up. The unknown gets dropped by Donut, and so all of a sudden, I mean, listen, we're seeing these rounds start to falter for Brock University. I mean, that wasn't necessarily the full investment in that last round, obviously, but it was a confident round for this CT side, and their money it's starting to build. We're seeing the AWP find impact. The rifles doing the same, and so Brock University, I don't think that outside of these gun rounds, they're really going to have many real chances to get into this game again, but here's another opportunity at the very least.
Certainly will be. I mean, I think we definitely need to see Patrick step up with the op as well.
Oh, yeah.
Top has been unstoppable on the CT side, and overpass CT side op is very powerful, don't get me wrong, but between Top and Whiskey, it's been a very impressive CT half thus far. Whiskey stuck sort of between a rock and a hard place, but it is a Barak trade instantly denied. Top continuing to find the success and quick with it to find us here as well.
I absolutely agree with you. So quick on the trigger. I mean, every single time a player pops into his screen, it just seems like they're gone before they can pop off more than a couple of shots, and so Brock University, they've invested into this round. Patrick's going to try to claw the back into it. He found the first. He's got information on a second. They know that AWP is lurking somewhere towards bathrooms, but Zeke needs to help him out.
Such close range angle. Oh, a little lucky for Patrick that he's jumping at that moment, and Yoda has gotten the info that he's fallen back just a little bit. Top, there's no way. Did he take that shot to bait that push?
Maybe. That's some top quality plays right there, if it is.
And Yoda, this is where Yoda's at his best. Sometimes a little over-aggressive, but this is the perfect play with all the information and the double kill to come through.
And now, I think this is where we're going to start to see the CT side really take the lead. Before, you know, we were within a couple of round ranges, you know, 3 or 4 rounds. Potentially there was the case to be made that MSU's economy could have been broken with a few losses, but that's not really the case anymore. I think MSU, they're firmly in the lead. You have to remember, the rounds that Brock University won, MSU won the pistol, right? They lost the follow-up, and so a lot of this was kind of off the back of kind of iffy economy from MSU, but they haven't been in that situation for a while.
That's very true. Good point. Brock, they've had some close pistol rounds, but this is not looking to be one of them. Archer, that's embarrassing a little bit. We've all been there.
He'll grab the 2 at least.
Yeah. Definitely feels bad, but 2 kills is not too shabby, and you would think at this point Brock would anticipate Whiskey at long there. What is that smoke?
I don't know. Was
Who
that
threw
dropped by
that?
Whiskey?
Surely Whiskey dropped that.
Maybe a mistake. Who knows? But you know what? Wait, Tom hits that shot through the wall. That's ridiculous.
Yes. He's been so good. The top op.
I mean,
dropping people like rocks.
Arguably the same situation that Patrick was in last map.
That's right. And another timeout here. This is the 3rd of their timeouts. Now, technically, one of those was used prior to the start of the game, but still, I think it tells a story. And that is that Brock are unsure of what is wrong here. And listen, let's do some theory crafting as well when we have a moment, right? What is wrong with the T side here for Brock? I think number 1, you need to stop Whiskey and you need to stop Top.
Yeah, so you need to stop the aggression that MSU has. This is one of the maps where making the T side uncomfortable can really cost them, and the way to do that is by getting in their face. Overpass is one of those maps where you default directly into the other team. Like, you default and you pick a fight almost immediately. And so, if as the CT side, you go for those fights on your own terms and you end up winning them out a lot, it's just going to kind of shut down the rest of the default. All of a sudden, your T side, you're going to be a lot more hesitant to use utility. Your fights are going to be a lot more risky. You're going to play a lot slower, right? And so, Brock, really, I think if they start winning out those early duels, start shutting down the aggression, we'd start to see inroads for them to get back into this half. But there's not that many rounds left to make that case.
Yes, that is the real problem, right? Not a lot of rounds to work with. This needs to be one of them, right?
Yes.
I mean, you mentioned that the economy is getting out of control for MSU, and it certainly is, but you could definitely put some pressure on them if you were to win the next 2 rounds. It's a big fat if, though. Fat with a PH.
Let's smoke. It's going to be... Oh, wait. Canadian Bacon. He's found a kill towards long. It's going to trigger the push over towards A. Archer. He's caught between 2 angles. As he goes down, the rotations will be triggered up from B, but it's going to be the A bomb site to be conceded by MSU. Donut. He's gone for aggressive angle. I'm not sure if there's a smoke there. I can't quite see it, but Yoda's activated on the flank. He's been so good at being aggressive this entire game. He's found him a kill, but Canadian's close by to trade. A 2v3 situation with MSU. These are not good angles to fight from. And Tom, he's fast isolated one player, but this is an awkward gunfight to swing with.
Oh, Top. And here, tragedy there for Brock. But Top, here he goes, and Donut has another Canadian Bacon. Surely not. 1-on-2, and Top. He is literally unstoppable. How has he continued to find so much success? I don't even know what sort of kills he has right now, but it just seems like every single round he's picking up 2 or 3 where necessary.
Yeah, Top is 14-5. Yoda's 13-7. Literally 1-3-3-7. A little bit of a throwback there, but
That is indeed.
But that's actually ridiculous. I mean, I don't think we're getting to the point. I mean, Top I would say is what the kids would call carrying. Yoda's not too far behind from what I would say. I don't think he's fully taking over the server in the way that Top is, but the server is definitely being defined with those 2 players right now. And Brock, not really having success. And yeah, never mind.
And I mean, we've been talking about that basically all game, right? Because I think that was such a key factor from Yoda in the first map, is how much of a boom or bust sort of player he's been. But Top, he's all boom all the time with the boom stick, as he finds consistent success here. Another double kill.
The shots are so quick. Like, you barely see him flinch. He spots a target, transitions, pulls the trigger. There's no hesitation behind it. There's no second guessing. It's just Top, go kill.
Yeah. Point, shoot, dead.
And this is why Counter-Strike is a point-and-click adventure game, because you have players like Top who just make it nothing other than that.
He certainly has been pointing and clicking very well. Donut. We're going to be hearing that little bit of noise made by Brock, and timing on the molly. Very good. Archer. There we go. A little bit better. Archer hasn't really been required this game that often, but he stepped up here when needed. 3 kills, and it is a full house between him and Top to find double digits in the first half. And I mean, give me your thoughts, right? Like, 9-6 is pretty reasonable. Like, that's a solid CT half. 10,
Yeah.
10 is great.
So, okay, so if we take into context this is Brock University's map pick, right? You can give them the benefit of the doubt and say maybe they could come back from a worse scoreline, but I'm still convinced that MSU's Ancient wasn't necessarily their best pick, and so I think I think we're seeing the actual MSU right now, and so as these players start to come to light and players start fragging out, I guess it's going to be a lot more difficult for Brock University to get back into this. It's going to take more than just players stepping up. I think it's going to take some momentum. It's going to take a level of dominance, and I think they're going to need to make MSU uncomfortable. Not just win gunfights. I need them to put them out of position. I need them to take bomb sites where MSU can't even, keep players alive. It needs to be a better case than what they're putting on just to get back into this.
MSU have looked nothing but comfortable in this map thus far. And I think that's clearly why the scoreline is so good. That timing on that lurk out
more
there from
1v1s
Whiskey.
too, though, right? Like
Yeah.
those are like on the spot, just re-aggressions that happen on overpass where you can't predict that's going to happen. You get punished and you're out of a round.
Well, to be fair, I think the audio cues there that Brock were giving away at B
Maybe. Okay, yeah.
definitely had a hand in that aggression from Whiskey. But still, you're right. It can be hit or miss. It can be boom or bust, but it's been boom all the time. Archer going low, but Zeke the same. There we go, the unknown able to get that first kill, but Archer readjusting, and the smoke, well, it's good enough to at least have the kill, and Asir connecting as well. The missed smoke up top. The Molotov not going to deny the plant, but Whiskey trying desperately to do so. It's down to 1. Zeke on 5 HP versus Whiskey. So close around the pillar, doing what he can. A kit in hand. And Brock working with very limited health, but a shot comes through anyway.
Such a good one at that. MSU, they barely fall short, but that was an excellent attempt at the 1v3. You saw him jump into the bomb site. He got the kill onto the bomb planter. Heard his teammate being killed behind him, found the trade, and isolated the last player. Just couldn't quite pull through in the end. That would have been a very good, clean round from MSU towards the end. But Rock University able to keep themselves alive in the post plant, able to find themselves a fourth. Honestly, listen, if they find themselves a fifth, I think they'll be happy at the end of the day. They didn't have the greatest success. I think in certain situations you might say that they would have been unlucky, and so 5 might just be enough for them.
Certainly wouldn't be good, but it wouldn't be bad either. And well, that ain't a bad way to start things out. But
yeah.
There we go. Even better, Whiskey down as well. 3 duels, 3 wins, and only losing Zeke in the process. Brock are in position, and the double op retake is now more doable. Canadian Bacon getting taken out on the lurk. It's down to top alone, though.
And those aren't the smokes that you push if you're Yoda. In the 3v2, I mean, your teammate's been spotted. Rock University, they're looking for you, and it's left top in the last round of the half in a 1v3 situation. I mean, he's on 44 HP. He doesn't really have a lot of utility to get back into this, and he's lost track of absolutely all of these players. And so I think at this point it's just more or less a formality.
Yeah, that Molly, a little bit deep, not able to stop the swing, and yeah, 10-5. You know, it's not great, but it's might just be good enough.
I've seen worse.
I have indeed seen worse. Yep. Shout out to Victorum.
Oh no.
If you don't know, that was a game this past week that went 15-2, and unfortunately the team up 15 ended up losing in overtime.
I just can't believe that's even happened. Those are some of the games that happen like once a year. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. Craziness about editing, but here we are. MSU, we'll see if 10 is enough for them. It's a single smoke. And actually, that smoke, yeah, going to be going out. The flash to follow. And there we go.
Flashbangs are well placed. Top finds for early entry. This player stuck in the bottom of the bomb side. This wrap could be coming quickly. I think both of them have been spotted by Yoda, and so surely post-plant gunfight's going to start to come through, and Canadian going to be the last one to drop. It's going to be Zeke left in the retake towards heaven and up against 4. I mean, Rock University, they've been putting on a decent show tonight, but this is too much to ask for any mere mortal.
Yeah, I mean, he was the architect of that clutch in the previous half, but yeah, Archer smelling blood in the water and is going to dispatch with a headshot. Mississippi State University, 11 rounds, and the pistol win as well. I think map 3 might be on the cards.
I was definitely leaning towards that, right? And it is Mirage, and so I think it's another one of those maps where it's like, could it go either way? Maybe, but
yeah. If
we're taking the servers that it currently stands in terms of fragging power, and we translate that to Mirage, I'm definitely leaning towards MSU right now. I have to be honest. It would take something from Rock University in this moment to show me otherwise, to be honest.
We need Patrick to come back with that AWP presence that was so phenomenal back on Ancient. We've just not seen it.
These guys are so clean.
Yeah, that was basically the best round you could have asked for from Mississippi. Nobody goes down. The most cleanest of anti-ecos. And would you agree this is sort of Brock U's last chance saloon for this map? I mean, they really need to, like, they have one other gun round if they lose this.
Yeah, so I would compare this to almost the one of the other broadcasts we did earlier on, where it was one team just they're in the deficit, right, in the second half, and you start to shift towards territory where if you don't start immediately pulling back rounds, you're going to start buying out of necessity, not because it's the right decision to make. You know what I mean? And in that situation, there is no right decision to make, right? So you start going for desperate plays, and MSU, this isn't desperate at all, this seems cold, calculated, and as they shift themselves in towards the B bomb site, they found all of the entries.
Oh, but Asir trying to claw this back, desperately doing what he can. But that's not enough. Donut dispatching with the man is the unknown. 1 on 3. Low health, though, for 2 of these players. Definitely plausible. One of those low health players gone. But a crossfire of sorts set up via Archer and Donut.
So much noise is being made right now. I mean...
He's running.
Yeah, he's leaving. This is...
I don't know.
He doesn't have a kit. I think he's just realized he's run out of time. At those 2 gunfights, you might be able to find one, but if the other just hides, especially if that water player just decides not to swing you, I think he realized he was out of a round at that point. So, okay, I mean, going for the save there, he'll take an M4 with him, but that round count is just going higher and higher for this T side, and Brock University, this M4 is not going to be enough.
Well, that's why I was initially so, thrown off by that save.
Yeah.
Because of the scoreline and how important each round is. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Getting out an additional M4 might be the tide turner for this next round, especially considering the fact that there was no kit. Fair enough. Patrick, speaking of kits, the only one that is available into this round. So the struggles never cease here for Brock on Overpass, as it seems the likelihood of trading map picks is further and further a possibility here.
If they want to go for this opening duels, they push in towards water, they've got a double set up in towards connector as well. They're finding contact, and they found a kill, but they're being split immediately. Yoda, not wanting to wait too long for the trades to come through, he finds the first. I'm not sure he's quite aware of the second, but they're going to ignore him for the time being. The bomb's ready to shift towards A.
Canadian, nice shot, spamming damage with the Deagle. He's been good with that weapon before. Connect a headshot of 2, and it's here from the back lines. 2, Frags is able to pull this back. It's top, though. Who else? 1 on 3 seems so winnable, but it's here to stop the bleeding. The triple kill to pick up round number 6 for Brock University.
Okay, this is inroads at the very least. They'll have to do a little bit more work to break this T-side economy, but they're heading in that direction for sure. No AWP for the CT side. It's something you definitely would have liked to have. But if you can continue those sort of early round plays, you find yourself on top, you start going for the same flanks, because Overpass is a map you can get around the T-side on. You know, that could have been what they needed to change to get into this.
Could be. We'll see if that continues to be the deciding factor. Oh man, Patrick. I think you could say at this point he's consistently been taken advantage of in that position. The spam not going his way many, many times.
Oh, unknown though. That's a mid-round duel. That you take that 1v1, and honestly, if it goes either way, it could determine the round. But you've got Canadian flanking out through connector and the flank to flank the flank through connector. This is this is interesting, and the scoreboard just goes the way of MSU's. The A bomb site clears out, and Brock Esports, they're forced to retake with just 2.
I feel like a save should be on the cards here, maybe, but again, round count is something that matters. 14 would be what MSU have if they give this up. But no! Did he see him?
I don't think so.
There's just no way. That's ridiculous. Canadian Bacon's going to at least take 1 for the road.
Okay.
Couple kills, but it's just inevitable. He eventually falls. Mississippi State. I think your theory of us not seeing the real MSU until now is at least becoming more and more likely.
Top still topping the charts. 22-9. The man's delivering on all fronts. And with the AWP nonetheless, at least for the most part, right? But
well, and you know, Donut played very well in that first map. I mean, clearly we were missing some performance from Top in map number 1 as well. You wonder if he's showing up like this, if map number 1 is going a little differently.
maybe. It really depends. I mean, that's something I would be looking towards the interview to be kind of probing towards.
I believe we get to speak with Archer if MSU does come up on top.
That'd be a nice player to talk to.
I'd be happy to talk to anyone, honestly.
Yeah.
Love getting to have that conversation, but well, we'll see if that conversation is going to be here a little earlier rather than later. It's based on whether or not Brock can make this comeback happen. Down by a factor of significant rounds. It's 8 at the moment. We'll see if they can bring that back. Look, it's a minute 30, Birdie. They have 2 flashes and a 1 smoke.
This looks bad, but let's be honest, this is overpass. The B bomb site can come down to the crossfires at the end of the day and over towards A. If you just find the early entries as the T side walks up, the utility might not be much of a factor, and so I'm not going to say the door is closed, but Top finding that opening, unknown with a trade. I mean, it's not the worst case scenario, but now the entries towards B are going to be the next deciding factors, and so Brock Esports, they need to hunker down. But Top's going for more. He's found the first kill into the bomb site and needs to stay alive. The AWP Canadian finds another kill. Patrick elsewhere with the scouts. Finding impact. Yoda's been left at 1v2. This has fallen apart for MSU, and Patrick connects through the side of the wall. MSU's offensive falls flat, and Brock Esports, they make it work with the scoped weapons.
Op recovered as well. Canadian Bacon going to have that one. Brock doing what they can, and look at this, MSU. It's been close enough that their economy is reset after 1 loss, even on the T side. That's, I think, really goes to show how, you know, some of these rounds have been one-sided, but Brock have definitely been doing the damage.
Absolutely. Yeah. Honestly, I realized something. Was it? I forgot who it was. I saw someone on the Brock Esports side that has died in all but 1 rounds. That's not very common, and that's not to say he's playing badly, because that's usually a situational thing. You know, you're not. Oh, that's disgusting from Top. That opens up the A bomb site, and so contact towards long for Patrick, but he's got players behind him. That actually might have just been smoked. I'm slightly surprised to see. Okay, no, it's not. Just find the perfect timing. Swings back for another. But reloading a little bit preemptively, Archer drops him dead. Whiskey back at the trade, left alone in this 1v3. Bomb's down though, and maybe not out of the question, but Zeke's able to tap a couple shots around the box and finish it back up. We're starting to see Brock Esports find a couple more kills in these rounds. We're starting to see them pull through with some rounds, and MSU, despite the fact that they're 2 rounds away, I mean, that bomb plant might just be the only reason they're buying in this round.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of good confidence there as well in that round, I think, from Brock, particularly from Patrick, who's picked up an op. That's a double op setup now. And, I mean, I don't hate this. I think, you know, considering the scoreline, right? Like, you lose a round at this point, you're already, like, economically kind of in a bad spot for Brock. So, why not give yourself the best chance with this double op?
Exactly. But
but the B-rush, this timing on that, if Brock can't hold on to this site, this is going to be impossible to retake.
Canadian Bacon's the only one left standing. He's found 2, but he needs to do more than that. I think he spotted the player pushing through the smoke as well. It is Yoda to push through. The man's just so aggressive. He's always in your face. He's pushed Canadian all the way to the back of Graffiti, but I don't think he's stopping there. He swings back up. Doesn't quite get the kill. His teammate's going to swing. Next up, Zimmerman gets the kill. And trades up towards heaven as well. Top's been dropped to low HP. This is a retake situation that can go either way. Ooh.
Oh, 1v1 now. Top. 1 health. The same for Canadian, but no! Not going to happen. Mississippi. They have their way with Brock University, and it's 15-8. Map point to send us to a 3rd. You're in week 3.
I guess I would say this is definitely the MSU that we were missing. This is the MSU we were expecting in the pregame for sure.
100%.
27-11 now. I just keep seeing Top's kill deaths just continue to rise, and it just surprises me every single time.
I mean, yeah, it really has been impressive. Another MP5.
But it's the last one of the half. You're facing this full gun round of MSU. You're gonna need more than this MP5 this time around.
Those HE grenades don't taste too good. Zeke honestly doing well just to get the 1-for-1 with the CZ.
And this smoke there towards Monster. Not sure if you spotted that, but a push from Water is going to find Impact. Patrick towards Bathrooms with the MP9 will find one and put some damage onto the second, but listen, it's man advantage for Brock University. There's weapons being recovered, and MSU, while they're walking to the safe bomb site, they've got players on all sides.
Yeah, they do, but they seem to be aware of that fact, and so they're going to try and clear some angles. Whiskey versus 3. He's got connecting with 2. Now the rotation can come through, and 50 seconds on the clock means there's plenty of time. No way Whiskey's doing this. This is unreasonable. The good news for Brock is that Canadian Bacon is just, he's opted out. He's gone for the full rotate the other direction. But Whiskey, I mean, that would have been crazy, wouldn't it?
This is actually one of the craziest decisions I've seen in the clutch in a long time. This is...
Oh, he's going to go for not plant for himself?
This is some of the most heads-up plays I've seen in a clutch in a long time. He knows exactly what he's working with here. He knows exactly where the rotations could be expected from, and the timing is really what might be what determines this round. Whiskey, he's back-to-back on the other side of the wall with Canadian, and they're barely going to miss each other. That seals the deal, 16-8. Brock University, they'll miss out on map number 2. Their map pick is Mississippi State. Listen, they showed us exactly what we were expecting in the pregame. And heading into map number 3, this is showing us exactly how much this game can be back and forth. You could be nowhere in the first map and just absolutely dominate your opponent in the second.
Yeah, and I think the Mississippi State, you know, I'm coming towards your way of seeing things, right? Like that they definitely weren't quite as prepared for Ancient as they had anticipated, and well, Brock had the opportunity to show out. Now Mississippi State doing the same, and it is this man on your screen right now, Top, who has been the heavy hitter. Such a ridiculous number of plays made. Like the amount of like double kills that Top was able to pick up, I think is what impresses me the most, right? Because like you were talking about, your AWP player not always going to be at the top of the leaderboard, but Top not only was at the top of the leaderboard, but also was hitting every shot he had the chance to.
It's not just hitting the shots too. It's the eye test when you look at the way he's playing. It's just the positioning. It's the quickness with which he finds kills to just... I talked about it earlier, just there's no hesitation with his frags. There's a player that pops up in his screen and immediately his crosshair transitions, immediately he pulls the trigger, and often there's no trait, he disappears, and there's just nothing left to say in the round.
Indeed, yeah. With that being said, though, map 3 coming up next. That's Mirage, which, I mean, as we've talked about, could go either way. We'll talk more right after this short break. We'll see you in just a few. Well, it seems that Mississippi State have found their footing. They lost it on Ancient, but they have done well to recover on Overpass. We had the Mirage next up, and, well, very much the most puggy map of the three that we have on the cards tonight, Birdie. And I think that based on the what I saw on Overpass, I gotta think that that is probably an advantage to Mississippi State. I feel like my opinions have evolved many times over the course of this series already, understandably so.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're both in the under the understanding of MSU were hiding somewhere in that first map, and I think they found themselves somewhere within the the waters
3
of
minutes.
Overpass. Yeah, and so Mirage, I think if we see the players showing the same sort of form, I think this is probably going to go with the OSU. I think I'm not
This
changing
is
my
toxic.
prediction.
This is toxic.
I hate people that do this, by the way. Can we talk about that?
I'm not going to say anything of that nature, but this is toxic.
Well, it is slightly annoying, but listen, it is what it is. Right?
I mean, the worst part is I don't think they're going to win.
This is tragic. Oh
Like-
man, yeah, they've lost all that
they went-
time wasted, and for
They
what?
went for a knife strat and then still lost. That's the saddest part for Brock. But yeah, no. If you don't know what we're talking about, that is the troll of jumping up into the like window room and everything, where
Yeah.
it's very easy to get free kills. But fortunately, Brock, they kept it reasonable. MSU though winning the knife round, going to head towards the CT pistol.
And honestly, the CT pistol is, I think, a good place for them to find themselves. And the reason is because, I mean, listen, on Ancient, they started off on the T side, I believe, right?
On Ancient?
Because
Yes.
it was their map pick, right? And so
Yep.
they started off on the T side, the worst side. I think heading to Overpass, starting on the CT side, I think it gave them a little more confidence to work with, and kind of the same thing here. I think be able to start on the CT side, if they can show a bit of pace, I don't think they're going to have much problems just pulling out the rest of this game. But and so
I know what's happening here for Brock.
Oh,
Yep, this is
still
the
to see.
Yep, the CT smoke, double flash. That's what's happening. Or it might be the jungle smoke if they're going here in Palace.
Regardless, so there's 3 people here waiting for them. 2 of them just sitting on the bomb site itself, and so the Glocks, it's good range for this, but if they don't clear the angles, it could be punishing.
Yeah, it's hard to anticipate the double under Palace pistol round. That's not the norm, for sure.
His flashes aren't going to blind him too. Oh,
They don't check it either. Whiskey taking one, but nice shots from Patrick to bring this back. But meanwhile, Archer has been able to find successful shots, and he's still alive and kicking. Nice adjustment at Zeke versus 2.
and smoke towards jungle starts to fade. The bomb site, or sorry, the bomb on the bomb site will start to reveal itself. Donut will see it, but they know exactly where this last player is. And the cross back to triple. Donut's taking some shots. I'm not sure if Archer was able to spot him, but he's down to 72 HP. He's still trapped though.
Oh, lots of limited commitment here. Brock with a chance. Zeke with the very high health advantage now. He's going to collect the bomb and put it down. Oh, no.
This
Donut.
game is
Donut.
crazy.
Oh, my goodness. That is ridiculous.
I don't understand the decision to plant so open. You're in the 1v1. I mean, listen, you might not know exactly where he is. You could have jumped into window, but it's not like you're playing for the bomb at this stage of the round. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's slightly confusing to me, and I mean, to be honest, it's exactly the reason why Donut wins the round. Not to say he wouldn't have done it anyway, but
So,
it was the free kill.
Counterpoint here. I think the anticipation from Zeke was that Donut went towards CT. I think that was the idea.
But that's a gamble that didn't need to be taken. You know what I mean? If he
Right.
did go towards CT, he would have had plenty of time to plant triple and then just go somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I think the long and the short of it is that it's easy to see that from out here, harder when you're in the server playing the game. Regardless, it's a force by 2 of the, or actually just 1 UMP.
Oh, the UMP Not gonna find impact just yet. Instead, it's the Galils to find all the entries. Patrick with a nice shot. Archer that will be able to respond with the FAMAS. On the CT side, MSU, listen, they started off hot, but they're already down in the retake.
Yeah, I mean, all they needed was 2 smokes. 1 for CT, 1 for the jungle. Archer already down low. Donut's going to take massive damage in the duel, and it's down and out. Brock, once again, how many times has this happened?
More than once, which is the
I
problem.
mean, I think that's the 3rd time this series that the one who wins the pistol round doesn't win the anti-eco. Or in this case, the anti-force fight.
I believe that's true, which is awful. But listen, that's the situation we're in, right? I mean, it sucks that it happens. I mean, I would say it's better than just not winning the pistol round. You know what I mean? Like, winning the pistol round and losing the second round is better than losing the pistol round and losing the second round. It's just, it's not what you want. That's just the long and the short of it. But
It really cramps the style. We'll put it that way.
yeah, exactly.
Zeke entering in towards catwalk, pretty free to get into that position. It's a flashbang to try and deny it. Oh, okay, top. He's just so casual about it.
I mean, it's a pug map. You can play this pretty casually. They will find themselves into the B bomb site. Whiskey's he's got a deagle positioned on the flank. And here's the footsteps. This is not only a kill, but it's a FAMAS recovered, and it might just give the room for top to find some entries as well, as attention's divided between the two players. Ooh, okay.
Oh, nearly finding the adjustment there as Whiskey. Damage done. One shot or 2 from this deagle will take out Unknown. Canadian Bacon a little more healthy. And at this point, it's just about damage being done. Top and swing into the waiting arms of Canadian Bacon.
That was close.
Very.
Canadian almost went down, and so after that fact, listen, it could have been just one well-placed eagle shot away from a recovery round from MSU, but not quite. And for literally the 3rd time this game, as we talked about, MSU win the pistol and immediately lose out to the next 2.
Yep, that is so very unfortunate, to say the least. And there goes Smoke over towards top mid. Oh, that's a window smoke. I'm a liar. Up mid is the push.
Ooh, okay. That's a hard tap to hit, I'll be honest, especially with the timing of the swing. But MSU, after pushing mid, they decide it's not really worth trying to aggress further. They'll leave Donut. Left behind is Brock University. They'll group up in towards apartments. I assume they'll try to make the case over towards B, but MSU, I don't think they know what they're doing quite yet.
I don't think, decisions haven't been made, but Patrick, you gotta line up. Flashbangs coming out. One of those is gonna drop. Yep, front window, and then get left, get right. Smokes coming down. Okay, on the jump, a little ridiculous from the Unknown as Brock University take everyone out. Donut will stop mid, and it's over.
I can't ignore the yeah, okay in chat. That's absolutely hilarious. Because literally the exact same reaction we had.
Yep. I mean, that is ridiculous. Just randomly gets jumping headshot with the AK. It should never happen. Randomed Brock University. Not been random, though, is their incredible usage of these anti-eco rounds. They've done very well with them. But here we go.
Oh, this connects for so much damage, though. And it's going to be a lot of information for the CT side. They know exactly what's coming out onto the bomb site, and no entries just yet. Rock University, they're trying to get close, but they can't. That nade's going to do more and more damage. So much being done to this T side. They're not even on the bomb site, and almost all of them locked down to half HP. But Top's going to be able to swing through for 2 kills. And Brock Esports, the rotates have come through towards A, and they haven't even gotten the bomb down.
Can we talk about that smoke? That was, I mean, a poor excuse for a jungle smoke. I mean, that is tragic. This is what that was.
I wonder if it was intentional. For some wild reason, maybe they're just thinking 7 steps ahead of me. I don't know.
I'm going to go with probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
Anyway, yeah. I think that Brock their intentions here were probably just to get aggressive, right? Like play up the pace a little bit, try and catch out MSU, but man, did it not work. Top with the double kill, and I think that smoke unfortunately made it all the more difficult.
Yeah, and with these remaining 2 players, they'll decide to split up. I think it's going to come down to Zeke here to find this opening dual mid. If he can do that, it might just create another opportunity, but the rotate from Catwalk would be quick. 30 seconds left. Not much time to sit around and deliberate on. Archer will spot a player in mid. Top's ready to swing off the back of it. That's great positioning. Nice communication between the MSU players, but that'll leave the last remaining player in towards Palace, and Whiskey is going to take care of it.
Well, MSU answer back in dominant fashion. That's flawless, wasn't it? Nobody going down for MSU. Nothing, a little bit of a easy round can fix in those early losses, and especially with 3 AKs being collected as well. I think you can say that MSU are feeling good off the back of that. Brock, they're not out of this yet, at least not monetarily. They have enough to buy back in, and they've gone for some mid smokes. They smoked out top, or excuse me, window, and of course bottom connector as well, but Whiskey playing over the top of it.
Oh,
and he's going to confirm.
Brock, they're going to commit to this gunfight. I'm surprised Patrick can't commit to that kill. Whiskey, versus 2, that second one, I'm not necessarily sure he should have been able to get that. And Brock, I mean, listen, they've recovered the bomb, but they've got that player stuck towards ladder room, and all the remaining 3 players in mid as well. Top's going to swing back through. The bomb dropped as well, and Canadian stuck towards chair, finds one response, but he's being swung by the remaining 2 players in mid. That's a very nice, clean round from SU, and that's aggressive duels that we see them winning out exactly on their terms, and that's what you would expect out of a map like Mirage.
I mean, holy cow, this is, again, the evolution of Mississippi State this series has just been so phenomenal, right? They started out, they were nowhere to be found on Ancient, and they've ramped themselves up via Overpass, and that is the peak MSU that we've been looking for. They have 4 AKs. 4 on the T side.
I just realized, well, that's absolutely wild. Are we sure that...
Are we sure that they aren't just buying those somehow?
Yeah, no.
They aren't importing them?
Oh man, so ridiculous. And we're only 7 rounds into the game. Like, we've only seen the tail end of 6 of them. Like, the fact that they have 4 AKs is ridiculous to me. And they don't even have an op. They totally could have bought one. They just decided not to.
I mean, well, when you're shooting shots like that, who needs the point-and-click gun?
True.
Just hit him in the head. Top. Oh, that's a little overzealous, to say the least. Yoda. Also, playing a bit of Whiffingtons there. Though somehow, he still gets away with a kill.
Okay.
2. Archer with a couple. He's now down to the 1v1, or 1v2, rather, and Zeke makes that impossible. So that starts with Top getting a little too far forward and kind of falls apart from there.
I'm not sure what triggered him to jump towards A. I wasn't quite paying attention. There might have been some sort of contact towards A that drew the rotation down, but then immediately he takes contact from top mid, and there's 2 players underpass who are ready to capitalize off of that. There's no way he escapes in that situation alive, and I would say that's just good positioning for Brock Esports. I mean, part of me wonders if that was a manufactured play to draw rotations. If it was, then I mean, absolutely, great plans, great tactics.
Well, and here's the AWP. Top gonna pull that out. Yoda. Well. Back to the norm, right? Yoda with the aggression, and Patrick maybe regaining some of that momentum that he had over towards Ancient and towards Mirage now. The flashbang is perfect to set him up for the double kill now. The Top swings wide, swings out, and swings far. Oh my goodness, he's so fast, it's ridiculous. How can you stop this man? And he's taking the quad kill. Ace on the cards as Canadian Bacon denies, but oh my goodness, Top.
That's outrageous. That's the only word I can use to describe that. I mean, I honestly have no words. The fact that you can pull off shots like that, just to claw yourself, I mean, not claw yourself into the round, but like just completely take over the round. It's amazing. It's a testament to how MSU are just performing right now.
I mean, I would say claw yourself back into the round. That was a 5 versus 3 favoring Brock.
Okay, yeah.
Like, Patrick got the double entry in there. Yoda with one of those classic moments that we've been talking about with a little bit of over-aggression. And Top's coming back for more. He says, I'll take it back. Oh, my goodness. Top, stop.
Okay, so we were talking last map about how Brock University needs to shut down Yoda. That conversation's ended. That's over. There's one player that if you're Brock University you need to be concerned about, and it's the man at the top of the scoreboard.
Nice find as well for Donut on the back end. I mean, oh my goodness, how? That's crazy. It's just, you know, and I think what's crazy about it even more so is, right, like those shots in and of themselves aren't that impressive. It's just that he's going so wide that he has to flit so far, and he just continues to hit it. It looks so nutty.
It's just, it looks so pleasant on us every single time, and he hits another one once again. Patrick, I think that was a confidence play for him. I think that was an attempt from him to say, listen, we're losing to him, I'm going to try to take him out at the start of the round. Unfortunately, you lose out that fight, and, I mean, being a man down 10 seconds into the round is not very ideal.
Man, such as Patrick as well, with the skills and everything that implies.
He's
also
definitely dropped off since Ancient. We're not saying the same player in the server that we saw.
No, certainly not. We've definitely seen some small glimpses. Think back to that double entry, right, towards A, that,
right.
Well, Top just entirely counterfeited and made it irrelevant, but still, it was good. Just not as good. Which does feel a little bad. But look at his confidence. I mean, I understand he has a guy top mid, but, like, still.
Honestly, I was expecting the knife there, but Whiskey's able to find himself one. Actually, it's punished by Zeke in the end. I don't think these gunfights are going to be leading elsewhere in mid. I mean, Zeke's going to be able to toss the smoke. He's got the bomb next to him, but there's a long road to be able to work your way into a bomb set at the back of this. They'll make the attempt up towards Cat, but Top is ready and holding. Oh,
Zeke with a near timing there. Top coming back for more, and that's where he gets punished. So a little bit of overextension, you could say. Donut, though, looking at this crossfire here. And he's hit the first. Nicely done. It's going to charge the Archer to swing around and find the additional frag. Brock down by 2 rounds. And Top is 14-7.
That's wild.
10 rounds in.
Yeah, that's 10 rounds into this game. He has 14 kills, and most of those have been in, like, the last 4.
It is so crazy.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Top. Just
That's not
because
the
you're
first time.
Yeah. Well, I think we saw it from Brock before, though.
True.
So, but yeah, gotta be careful.
That's information. They'll know exactly what's going on. Either a push towards B or a pop through the A site, and you can see that they're splitting up on the CT side, anticipating this form of aggression. Top is rotated back through towards CT, and the smokes start flying over towards A. That'll confirm their suspicions. And a push through from Palace. 4 players in the T side. Yoda's ready to make this work, and AK out of hands. Potentially recovered. Sears picked it up and found himself another kill. AWP out of position now. 2 dropped. And that can be picked up as well. Honestly, Brock University, they don't have the utility to force the position. He's trying to recover the AWP there. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen. It's just so stuck behind triple rotations. Came too quickly. Whiskey's going to be able to find the 2 kills at the end of the round to clean it up. But I think Brock, they were a little bit too desperate to try to pick up that op. When they didn't go for it immediately, I think it was a little bit too late. The post plants are just a little bit more important, especially considering they didn't have jungle, stairs, smoked, anything of the sort.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think that, you know, the understanding of how important that rifle recovery is great, but you're right. Like, it's much more important to try to play that post plant even with limited or not ideal weaponry. Mississippi State able to take advantage, and good for them on the fast rotate, right? Like, that can't happen if they don't get that rotate instantly.
Yeah.
And take advantage of it. So, 7-4. Brock looking to confirm and create a little bit of a small comeback. Whiskey, he's been a lurker here mostly, but the early round duel is for him as well.
So utility out towards A. Brock University, they've already got a couple players lurked out. Yoda tries to take a gunfight over towards Palace. He ends up losing out to a Seer. And oh, I thought that was the AWP shot from top. Too. I'll be honest. But 3 players remaining on the T side, and I mean, none of them currently present over towards A.
Interesting commitment there from Brock. I'm not 100% sure what the thought process was, but oh no, that's not good. Canadian Bacon giving himself away, the positioning based on the shot, and now plenty of sound cues being given over. But still, 3v4, it's not like this is unwinnable, right? Like, Brock have a real chance at this, but the real issue for them is the lack of utility left here in their pockets. Great read.
Yeah, great read to clear that close smoke angle. Whiskey's been a player to find multi-kills in plenty of situations this game so far. The fact that eliminated him is a nice talking point, but Archer's found the response in mid, and so despite the fact that the bomb looks to be planted on A, Top's rotated through, he's connected on the shot with the op and Patrick. He's stuck, 25 seconds left, he needs to find this kill, because the bomb also needs to go down to buy himself more time, and he's connected with another headshot. I'm surprised! Who is this donut? That's a kill you need to find! I mean, listen, your teammate's rotating back through to help, but potentially could be costing you a round. Patrick, just 10 seconds. He's going to run out of time. It's going to be an 8th round for MSU.
Yeah, a little bit of a whiff there from Donut, but ultimately it's the round for Mississippi State, so it really doesn't matter if you're counting all on those. You know, wins are wins, rounds are rounds, and rounds win games. So I like to say. So
yeah,
we'll head into the 13th round of this first half. And it's a pretty important one. And the reason I say that is that, you know, T-side on Mirage, it's not like you're in trouble if you can't win, you know, 7, 8 rounds, but you definitely don't want only 4.
Oh, this is nice timing. And I wonder when they're outside of the smoke, Archer's gonna know it's there. They did throw it. And wait, what? Excuse me? I
mean, that was through smoke as well. Like,
they just popped a shot connected to his head. I mean, that's another yeah okay moments in the chat.
Yeah, that is absolutely ridiculous. So lucky for Brock to be able to get away with that. And
what?
Where'd that shot go?
I thought
it wasn't.
Oh, what?
No! Not again! Not again!
Dude, how does this keep happening?
This is a joke. This game is just different.
In the same round, too.
I know. This is why Counter-Strike is such a fantastic, enjoyable game.
Even if you're better, sometimes you're just not, you know?
Yeah, I know. Sometimes you just get shot straight through the box.
Oh, man, but time's starting to tick down. We're entering the later stages of this round. If the remaining players alive didn't tell you that. Top, he's still present towards A. This is an awkward angle for NWP to have. That's not. Wait, that's Yoda. I was reading something else in the minimap. I take it back. Yoda's hiding the bomb site. Sounds like another headshot. Unknown's caught between these two players, though he'll be able to find first. Whiskey's gone aggressive, and he's been able to take that last kill. MSU up to 9. This is an excellent performance. Their CT side of Mirage, considering the fact that they once again won the pistol and then immediately lost the next few.
Yeah, I mean that's the other side of that, right? Like Brock really like 16-8 was the scoreline over on Mirage, if I'm not mistaken. Like that is considering that Brock had 3 rounds to begin with, for free, but based on that pistol. So same thing here as we look towards the final few rounds of the half. It's gonna be an eco. All right, Brock not able to invest fully as they want to be able to buy for the last round. There is a big but, though, and that is pistols. They've been a thorn in the side of both of these squads for
every squad ever, honestly. Pistols just suck to play against because you have to change how you approach them, because on rifle rounds you can feel free to get aggressive and get in the face of pistols because they also have rifles. Like the only thing you have to lose is your life, right? But when you're in a gun round against pistols, you can't afford to get aggressive. You have to force your playstyle to change, because if you drop that rifle, all of a sudden you give that pistol round a better chance to get back into it.
It was 5 smokes as well purchased up.
Oh, that's a nasty shot.
Yeah, it certainly is. And somehow he's still alive there. How is Whiskey living? He's gotten away. Archer came to bail him out, and, well, he certainly has. Donut as well, confirming another frag. This is... Brock should have gotten so much more out of this, I feel like, and maybe they will. Long range with the CZ.
What is this? I feel like I'm teleporting. I'm literally traveling back in time. What is going on?
Dude, they can't hit him. He's been flashed as well.
He's flying.
Dude, the unknown had just the greatest movement of all time right there.
Unfortunately, that's not going to save him from the bullets coming out of Yoda's M4 as MSU find themselves 10-4 in the last round of this first half. And they're putting on a show, I'll say that much.
I'm enjoying it. I'm here. And we got more to come, by the way. Remember, it's highly anticipated Davenport University coming up next. So stay tuned. But yeah, Mississippi State on the way to what could be a 10-5 half. I mean, 11 even potential, but hey, we'll hold back. We'll reserve the looks there for after this round because, well, full guns. That's what Brock has to offer.
Spotted player over towards B. Seer will try to take the shot, and a nade will land at his feet for a little bit of damage, but it's a slow round for Brock. They haven't really been too keen to go aggressive. Instead, it has been MSU. Whiskey's pushed through. He's looking to flank towards apartments. If Seer doesn't go down here, surely the flank will take him down.
Archer, holy cow, he's so aggressive. What do you mean? He had no fear towards top mid at all. There was no one there watching it.
I mean, that's because his teammate pushed.
And that's fair enough. Whiskey, top. They've all got one. It's Zeke alone. 11 is there. Top for the double again. And wow. 19 kills on the half for top.
That's crazy. I mean, 6 MVPs, that's not really a stat line we talk about a lot, but it is going to be one that is there. And I don't know.
It's true.
It's crazy.
I mean, you know, those EVPs may not matter a whole lot, but you know what does matter a whole lot? One of our amazing sponsors. That's Extra Life. Definitely check them out. We would love to see you at extralife.org to learn more information about how you can change the future with games. Definitely check them out, extralife.org.
So, okay, talking points here, Vincent. Second half of this game. If I'm looking for Brock to get back into this, there's currently one player in the server for no other reason than the weapon he's holding to get kills, and it's a Seer.
Oh yeah, the big double on the pistols.
Oh, okay. Unfortunately, that favor's been returned just as quickly as it was retrieved. With the bombs down, all of a sudden, this is a dangerous situation. The rotations can start to come through, but the pistols starting to connect on the CT side. It's the USPs to go clean, only losing one. And Brock Esports, how many pistols have they won this game? That was their second, I think.
That's their second over the series, I believe.
What a time to win one, though.
Certainly the time they need to win one. That's for sure. But I wonder, will we see another force by here? It looks like MSU, the answer is probably not. Okay, I want your opinion, Birdie. I really don't love this from MSU.
The three SMGs? Or sorry, I thought you said Brock. Sorry. Yeah.
They've invested like a little bit to where they have like they're gonna be struggling to get like everything. Like they were already gonna have a low buy in the next round, but now they're gonna have a very low buy, and you know, if you're gonna do this, just invest in the force buy. Yeah,
that's fair. This is an awkward decision to make, but I mean, I agree in the sense that listen, you didn't get the bomb plant. It's definitely meta to just invest off the back of that and put everything into it. Maybe they're looking to double save. That's really the only justification I could give to it.
I mean, yeah, okay, that's fair. I definitely could see that. Chances. Oh, nice shot by Donut. But that is going to mean 11-6 now. Brock making their way back into this slowly. Of course, there isn't necessarily a whole lot left in their pockets if they aren't able to win this gun round right here. And this is what I was talking about, right? Look how limited the utility is for MSU. They've got 3 smokes. There's 2 options here. It is go mid with the 3 smokes, go A with the 3 smokes, or go B with the 3 smokes. And I understand that is equal to 3.
Oh man, good stuff. But I don't know. Let's be honest though, MSU, they have the weaponry advantage here. So despite the fact that they've got the lower utility to work with, I think they're gonna try to feed themselves into gunfights. Like right here, Donuts worked himself out through Palace. He didn't use any utilities to do that, but it's given his teammates some room to work with to lurk up to the connector. That's an easy kill though. And now stuck towards triple. Ooh. It's gonna be unknown. Patrick with the MP9. How does he connect for 2? A massive work from him. The unknown now down to 7 HP. He's giving away his position as he takes away Donut from the server, and MSU start to reposition over towards B. He's trying to get ahead of this rotation, but he's just so far away, and this is a round would be very difficult to pull through.
7 health is the real kicker here. I mean, that's the rough
I would
part.
say go for it if it wasn't for the 7 health.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, especially with the kit, right? But there's just no world in which he gets away with this in 7 HP. But hey, looks like he's going for it anyway. And in fairness, if you go poke your nose in, you get a free pick. Suddenly things are a little different, but Yoda's positioning is just ridiculous right now.
Honestly, I was thinking like with the kit in hand, he could probably just sit around and maybe even potentially go for some sort of a ninja defuse, but the bomb is ticking away, and wait, they actually haven't found him. Wait, has he returned fire? I wish I could tell you what's happening, but unfortunately, we've been betrayed by the auto director, and the bomb's exploded, taking Unknown down with him. MSU doubling the scoreline of Brock Esports, and this is not painting a good picture for the CT side.
Yeah, I too am a little confused, right? Like, it felt like the chance was there, but then maybe Brock, or I mean specifically, maybe it was just like, oh, I'm committed already, so why try to run? Mm-hmm. Maybe. That's the only thing I can think of. But Mississippi State, regardless, like you said, doubling up the scoreline with Brock University. And once again, a swing out mid. And this time he gets pistols. It is just about as effective.
How's he allowed to live here? That's wild.
Whiskey just should be dead 3 times over.
It's not the first round something like that's happened to.
No, it's not. Brock, I think, struggling to mentally keep themselves into this one. That last map definitely applied some pressure to them, and MSU flying out to this lead, and don't get me wrong, top especially, like, when he's just everywhere and always in the right position, it's gotta hurt.
But actually the top, I would say, has calmed down in recent rounds. It's actually been the rest of the players on MSU, I would think, to pick up the pace, especially because we're on the T side. It can't be just one player to shift around and do everything.
The Unknown is a big fan of this MP5, and unfortunately it's going to be nothing gotten with that one. Let's see here. Nice timing. Playing around the smoke. Upgrade to the 8K as well. He'll be having that one. 3 on 4.
This is disgusting.
This is nasty. But he's only going to get 1. That's basically best case scenario from Brock. And the HP is just not there, but Archer and Top. 2-1 in here. Top in the 1v1 now.
So dangerous. Playing around these boxes. Canadian needs to isolate this fight, and he does. Spamming through the box, he connects to his shoulder, and Top goes down. Rock Esports will recover for 1, but dude, look, it was the 1v1. The CT side is broke. The defuse might help just a little bit, but the T side is rich, Vincent, and I don't think they're going to let them get away with it.
No, I mean, that is... feels CT side, man. Like, that is just not ideal.
That's good. I'm going to start using that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you're welcome to. You gotta give me royalties every time, though.
No, that's not happening.
Oh, you know what? I can't believe it's happening. The Unknown B90. He picked up the MP5 last time, and he thought, well, that's not good enough. We need a P90.
So he's just using all the SMGs, isn't he?
We have seen an ump as well. I'm ready for the
Bison.
The Bison? Yes. Oh no, no, unfortunately not able to connect with the P90 this time. I was a fan though. I want it to be known.
I feel like the last couple times he's bought the SMG2, he's been first dead.
Well, he's gone aggressive. He's trying to make a play.
It's a nice little funny, like, just fun fact.
Haha, funny moment. The guy died. Wow, so rude.
I know. I'm sorry.
Truly uncaring, this birdie box guy.
Yeah. Sorry, the ones and zeros on the screen don't mean much to me. What does mean a lot to me, though, is these entry kills from Yoda. We saw it on every map, to be honest. Yoda just going aggressive. He had so much impact on overpass, and honestly, the rotations he's drawing towards B, this is going to open the door for the rest of his team to work over towards the same site. And
what do you mean rotations? The whole team is just at B. It's just like they're all committed, and they've taken both the sites, Birdie. They've taken both of them. Mississippi, why? There's no need. You only need one, but you have two.
Oh, I think he spotted him out, so maybe another kill. The flick was clean, but he was in midair. Unfortunately, it's not a shot that's going to connect in that situation.
Dude,
he's being chased.
Running.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Only the unknown can pull off that sort of movement back through underpass.
That's right. Not the unknown, not my problem, and not my movement. Man, I do love how Whiskey is just like committed to the running AK there. Like knowing he's low, and he's just like, one of these bullets, they'll connect, I swear.
The odds are in my favor, right?
That's exactly right.
But
well, MSU's odds, I don't know if I would be looking to see what the odds are, but they probably very much in Mississippi State's favor now.
They've definitely dropped since map 1, I'll tell you that much.
That's true. We were at 90%. So, but it's got to be getting up there, close there to that point once again, considering where we're at.
Oh, okay. Damage on one, he grabs the kill. He's able to follow up as well. Whiskey to deliver the rest of the A bomb site, and so what seemed like an opportunity for Brock Esports to get a kill and maybe a route in. It's been shut down, the road's been blocked, and the remaining 2 pistols, that's a nice one tap from Archer, and Yoda will seal the deal. It's MSU, map and match point, and it's been a long road to get here, but they've made it work. And Brock Esports, they're on their last legs.
That they are, and, well, 8 rounds. 8 rounds, that is what it would take, but you remember the lore that I was spouting earlier about the comeback of a lifetime that happened this past week? It was here on the map of Mirage. So
what you're saying is this is happening?
No, I'm just saying it's possible. Don't put words in my mouth.
Anything is possible, Vincent. Especially the MP9 of Unknown.
The P90!
Yes, because literally heading into that statement of the top. Removes 2 players from the server and keeps his team somewhat into the round. That's an awkward gunfight. Canadians just not going to be ready for that angle as the the AK grasps one more player.
I mean,
Grim Reaper doing work.
Yeah, you can be forgiven. Top hasn't had the AWP so consistently, and he's going to need the ace, but it would be so poetic here. 1v1. Swing. Shots missed it. Running out of bullets. Low health for both sides, and oh no! So close! But it will be Brock to take this round. Zeke.
He would have only needed like 1 more bullet too. Like it depends where he hits, I think. Like upper chest, 1 more bullet, I think.
Well, and you know, Zeke has been very good in the clutch, by the way. Like I think it's been Zeke for at least 3 1v1 wins. That being the 3rd.
Honestly,
Out
don't
of the
quite
series?
remember.
Zeke definitely had a big one back on Overpass. I do recall. He actually had the FAMAS there as well.
I'm looking for ways for Brock to get back into this game, to be honest, just to try to play devil's advocate, but the money situation isn't helping, despite the fact that they won the round. I mean, they've got 2 FAMASs on the board, already dwindled utility. Top's already found this first entry, and it actually draws the bomb away from the A site. They've cleared it out too. Top's just dealing so much damage and being chased towards mid.
They've taken both the sites again, Birdie! You're
It's all
only
down to
supposed to take
Canadian.
1!
And surely seals the deal here. Canadian, there's just no way he clears this angle. I mean, somehow gets about on top, but Whiskey's able to shut him down from the A side, and it's definitely what we expected. It took a little longer than we thought, especially with the circumstances surrounding that first map, but MSU able to push it over the line. They end up pulling on the series 2-1 on the back of Mirage.
Yeah, an incredibly solid Mirage, and ultimately, like you said, it did take longer than we anticipated to get to this point, but I think Mississippi State University showing that they were the better team, and man, top. Let's just like, well, honestly, this is probably a top highlight reel. I mean, yeah, here we go. Highlight 1 for top.
This was absolutely insane. We were seeing this, like, these flicks. These are the type of players, like, plays you see in, like, crazy.
Simple
like,
makes these plays.
Yeah, like, these are, like, the flicks, they're so fast. You don't see these players in North America very often. I'm really happy we're seeing it.
Yeah, very, very nice shot. So here's another round. Like, just absolutely outrageous. And he should probably have died here too, but nope.
No, he just doesn't die, Vincent.
No deaths in this.
Oh.
This. Come on, man.
So, you know what happened there, right? He saw the nade being thrown and then just decided, oh, that's where you are, take the shot. And honestly, that's something I would say most players wouldn't even think about. They see the nade flying and they go, oh, okay, there's somebody there. Taking that shot is not something most people would think about. That's a high-level play.
Yeah, it's high-level thinking is what it is, 100%, yeah. And I think there was a couple of times that we were seeing that from actually both sides. Like, I think Brock had some good moments in this game. Unfortunately, these last 2 maps, they just really didn't show their what we saw from them on Ancient, right? Like, they had a whole lot of really neat utility that they were throwing, and I mean, some of that was standard, but some of that was also, you know, just really solid stuff, and we just didn't really see that on Overpass. A lot of missed smokes on Overpass, especially, like, I think up towards Heaven is a good example. Like, we kept seeing a missed smoke over there, and it really did create a lot of problems for the Brock University side. But congratulations to Mississippi State. I mean, I understand that, you know, we kind of had the anticipation that they would be the ones who are, you know, coming out on top here, but it feels like it was a real journey for them, moving through Ancient and then Overpass and into Mirage.
I definitely think they had a lot more fun with it too. I think once they were able to kind of brush over Ancient, just being able to, like, go into Overpass, pull together some rounds, and just realize that, oh, we're in control of this. I think it did them some good.
Certainly did. Well, I am looking to see exactly what kind of information we can pull out of our interview. It's going to be Archer, if I'm not mistaken. Archer, welcome to the stream. Congratulations on the victory today. It took a little longer than I think we on the desk anticipated. What were you guys' expectations going into this game?
Thank you. Well, first of all, our expectations were, I mean, fairly high. We still have 3 out of our 5 previous players, so we expected to do pretty well. But at the same time, we were realistic. We've changed 2 players, and we still had to, you know, adjust, and it's going to take time before we start, you know, connecting more together as a team and getting our communication on point. But overall, I'd say it went really well. I'm really proud of the guys.
Okay, and I mean, I'll go ahead and be the one to ask. I mean, Ancient for you guys didn't seem to be very successful. I'm curious to, like, what is Ancient to you guys? Is it something you guys are intending to be one of your main picks? Was it a throwaway pick? Were you guys just trying to see if it works in your map pool? Because, I mean, let's be honest, coming into this, you guys were definitely what seemed to be the superior team. I've definitely been in the certain situations like that. What was going through you guys' head?
Right, so actually Ancient, I would say, is a comfort pick for us. But as a team, we have had only a little bit of practice. And so overall, that map is going to take, it's, you know, it's a little more complicated to get right as a team. But individually, I think we're definitely good. And just, it's just going to take a little time. But that is a very good map for us, I think, long term.
Okay.
Well, with the reverse sweep victory here against Brock, let's talk about the season overall. Where are your expectations? Where do you see yourself kind of moving in towards, I mean, I know we're early, but towards, like, playoffs and conference plans and all that kind of stuff?
I expect we'll probably make it pretty far. I expect to see playoffs, certainly. But, yeah, it has to see how the competition goes. There's a lot of good teams this year.
Well, actually, speaking of that, is there any teams that you're looking forward to going up against or maybe have a bit of a rivalry with?
Well, it's a lot of new, at least different teams, it seems, especially in just in our conference who we play. Besides Texas. Texas is probably, we lost to multiple times last year, so we're looking to try to get multiple maps off them.
All right, fair points for sure. And I mean, I guess talking more about the game today, the match tonight. You guys had stellar performances across the board, but one man in particular that just rose above everyone else, especially on Overpass, especially on Rush. It has to be top. What is it with this man that just allows him to just outperform everybody else?
I've been playing with Tommy for a long time. TWP, I think, is his name in game at the moment. But he is just insanely mechanically gifted player. I mean, and he's incredibly smart at the same time. It's a deadly combination. I could confidently say I think he is, one of the absolute best players in the collegiate league. And he's insane team player as well. I mean, yeah.
We were absolutely seeing that high caliber on the server tonight. Well, final question for you before we let you go, Archer. Do you have anybody you would like to shout out, say hello to?
Yes. Shout out Anderson, shout out Landerson, and shout out Bradderson.
All right. Well, we appreciate you taking the time, Archer. Again, congratulations to both you and your team on the victory. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Alrighty. Well, I think we got some good information there. A little bit of insight on the ancient, and definitely a comfort pick, but just haven't quite had the time to invest in there with the new roster, as we were mentioning it. Yoda and Donut new into this one, as we get down to it, I'm curious to see how Mississippi State continue to perform. But it's time for us to head on to our next matchup, and I'm very excited for it. It's going to be Davenport going up against another university in Mississippi. It's going to be the University of Mississippi, but we're going to have to take a short break before we get there. We'll set everything up, and then we'll be back in just a few moments. So don't go too far. We'll be back soon. Well, those were some of the hottest plays of the week, over the last week of the NACE Star League. And, well, we have so much going on here at NACE. Rocket League, COD, Valorant, Super Smash, and, of course, you're here for Counter-Strike. Make sure that you're tuning in every single day, Monday through Friday. We have things going on, so definitely check all of that out. But with that being said, it is time. I have been anticipating this one all night long. It is going to be Davenport, the heavy hitters themselves, going up against Ole Miss, the University of Mississippi. Bird Box, this one, I would say our opinions are pretty set. What would you say?
There's about one talking point here, and it's how many rounds University of Mississippi are going to get. I'll just go straight into it.
He's just gone straight for it. Okay. Well, listen, we'll hold back just a little bit, and first, maybe we can get a pick or a look rather at the team and the players taking the server tonight. On the Davenport side, it is pretty much everyone you would expect. Pug, in-game leader, Kojomo on the AWP, and, well, Switcher, new this season, joining Spec and Korn. As the boulder rolls through, it is definitely Cornin time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, like, we saw that Ole Miss game last week, and to be honest, it was not very flattering for them. And honestly, Davenport University, we've all seen these names before. Not necessarily in the collegiate leagues, funnily enough, right? But yeah, these are very popular names. They've performed not only just in collegiate leagues, in this collegiate league so far specifically, but they're performing in ECL, right? Obviously they won their way through advanced. This is a roster, the core of which has been performing together for a long time.
I mean, that's exactly right. And, you know, the other thing about it, like, you know, being able to compete at the level, you know, 100K event in Philadelphia this last month, that's just one of the things that they've been able to do, is qualify into that and then get over to this. But here's the map pool: Vertigo, Inferno, and Overpass. And, well, unfortunately, if things weren't bad enough for Ole Miss, they have not gotten any better with the map pool. Vertigo is a Davenport staple. Inferno the same, and, well, I'd say Overpass arguably one of their best maps as well. So it ain't great, but I don't think Overpass will be a problem considering we got to get there first. And yeah, like you said, as much as I want to be a positive figure here, thinking about, okay, what can University of Mississippi do? How can they take a map here? I genuinely am in a position where I do not think that's reasonable. This Davenport team is a squad that just roll their opponents. They've played 4 maps this season, and they've only lost 4 rounds, Birdie. That's how dominant they've been.
No, I 100% agree, and like even if you tried to play devil's advocate, I don't even think Vertigo's the map where you could even give that a shot. You'd have to go into the map and be like, listen, it's Inferno, maybe you can make something happen, pull together a string of rounds and break their economy somehow, where these are the levels of devil's advocate you're playing for. Like, the talk of winning a map, it would be one of the biggest upsets of the league.
Yeah, it absolutely would. And, you know, just a couple of seasons back, fall of 2021, Davenport getting upset by Drexel in the grand finals was a huge talking point. The fact that Drexel was able to take a victory there, and Davenport have literally only gotten better. Like, that Davenport team that lost in the grand finals, I mean, there was some problems with it, and they have all been addressed at this point. And of course, there's that advanced run that you were talking about, competing at a 100K event just this past month as well. Like, these are all things that just add on to what is stacked up to be a ridiculous amount of victories for Davenport. And, well, I think that all we can say further is that Ole Miss, they're going to have to do some of the best work that they've ever done to even be competitive in these games.
Yeah, I mean, okay, listen, so we talked about in the last series how credentials kind of spoke for themselves and about how we knew a lot more about the Mississippi State roster, and therefore we were kind of like leaning into them heading into the game, and then they went ahead and lost their map pick. So
that's true.
Davenport, I mean, listen, same boat. We know absolutely everything about all these players. We've seen them play for not just like seasons, but we've known about some of these players for years, and they've been performing at the levels they're performing at. And I mean, obviously, essentially the highest level they've been ever right now. But they've been performing for a long time, and this Mississippi roster, I mean, we just saw them last week get battered out of the server.
Yeah. Well, and you know, I think for me, it's even more difficult when I've just got done seeing, you know, number one, meeting all these Davenport players, and then also seeing them play against European talent, and even win against European talent on stage. So it's just a whole lot to go up against. But you're right? We have all of our expectations coming in, and we do have to, you know, check that baggage at the door, so to speak, because we really did see a ridiculous comeback upset there from Brock in the beginnings of that first series. There's always the chance that that's possible here, of course, albeit unlikely. We saw the predictions graphic. We absolutely were on the Davenport side, and I'm just taking a look over in chat, and I think chat is on the same page. But I definitely think this is going to be interesting to see. I'm obviously looking to kind of see how individuals can jump out, because I think a game like this for University of Mississippi is about showing off your individuals and how they can individually make some plays, bring it back, because, well, making this a series win is just going to be so hard.
So look, hold on. Let's at least attempt to set the stage, right? So if you're player, coach, team captain on the side of the University of Mississippi, right? Who are you looking to shut down first and foremost on the Davenport roster? What are you trying to exploit to get into this?
That's a hard question, but I think the obvious answer is Kojomo as number one. That's the AWP player for this Davenport squad, and especially on maps like Vertigo, where the CT side AWP is strong, he can be a menace. But Spec is the other one to talk about. He has been a player that has just come to fruition under Pug's leadership.
Absolutely, for sure. And I mean, what sucks too is, I mean, I'm trying to remember back to last week. Do you remember which one of the players? I remember there were a couple players on the University of Mississippi that were performing. I just don't quite remember which ones it were.
It was Pronk who was playing very well. It was also Cujo who did some good work in some of those moments. But I think that we needed to see a little bit more from Trix. I think that Tempest had some moments as well, but it was hit or miss. So definitely need to see Pronk and Cujo continue to have that success along with the rest of the squad. And, listen, to sing some praises for this University of Mississippi roster, I mean, Pronk ranked pretty highly overall. In general, I mean, as a player, very good. And the same is true for Trix. But it's just, when you're comparing and contrasting at this level, it's just hard to actually give the advantage over that direction.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just to remind everybody too. I mean, listen, this University of Mississippi roster is 2-1, right?
Yeah, they are.
And so we have to kind of set the stage of kind of how do we get to this point, right? So, if you've watched the stream last Friday, you'll be familiar with how University of Mississippi lost. It was the 16-0, 16-2 loss against CSM Blue. And then right before that, just a week before, they actually 2-0'd IVC Esports in extremely similar fashion. It was 16-3, 16-1. And so, I mean, only dominant score lines for this team, and just sometimes they don't happen to be on the right side of it.
Yeah, I mean, and early on in the season for Collegiate as well, it can often be, get smacked around or just absolutely dominate. One of the two, right? Like, and I think that's part of what we're seeing here. 2-1. They are still a very strong team, but when you're talking about Davenport, I don't think it's unreasonable to call Davenport a professional team. Like, they are a team of players that are of professional caliber, as well as a fantastic program and an amazing coaching staff as well.
I was going to talk about it too. Yeah, it's not just the players who play at a professional level. It's all the resources built around to the roster. They have so much structure around them that allow them to continue to grow as players. Because, I mean, you can safely say that a lot of these players weren't where they are right now. Just even a couple of years ago, it's been the structure of Davenport to help build up this roster, and Davenport as an institution itself to bring in talent to make this roster better and better. As you mentioned earlier on, like what we saw from Davenport in previous seasons, it wasn't the same team.
No, I mean, you think about just the swap up, right, with Corrin and Spec coming in, Arcade going out, and I forget who else was on
Bebo.
that. Yeah, Bebo, that's correct. You know, and Bebo was here until just recently with Switcher coming in. But you know, all of that changes things. You know, we've just seen such consistency, and it's really, I think that part is what is so impressive for a collegiate team. You know, really kind of having that mantle of what Counter-Strike can be with the right leadership and with the right resources.
I mean, speaking of leadership too, right? So this Davenport roster is one that it's difficult to pinpoint why they're so successful, because when they lose, it tends to be like it's a really hard fought battle all of the time. Sometimes they're really in the server, sometimes they tend to fall off, and so I'm not really like talking about this match at this point, but the roster has gone through tough times, but they tend to come back. They tend to come back strong.
Yeah, they definitely do, and I think a lot of that has to do with the leadership that Pug provides. You know, listen, a lot of people talk about it as a hot take, but going through the last season of Advanced, I think a lot of people were kind of rating him as one of the best in-game leaders in that league, and I don't think that's a hot take at all. I think it's absolutely accurate. And you know, for players to come in and do so well, so consistently, I think that you have to have somebody who's really doing a good job of communicating. As we get an overview of the oldest of Vertigos.
Yeah, this is not one I even recall playing. It still vaguely looks like the A-bomb site we currently see, but lots of textures updated. Same streets. The building has not changed. I think those are actually open down below there now. But
just an internal remodel.
Oh man! But all points aside, though, right? So heading into Vertigo, where can we expect Davenport to be really the most effective on the map?
A good question, actually. I think that you would tend to expect, if the CT side and T side are two very different things, right? Like ramp control is going to be very important for both teams.
Usually is, yeah.
But I think that the AWP is going to be so much more impactful on the CT side for Kojo in that area. On the other side of that, I actually think that whoever's lurking in towards B, if they can consistently find, you know, frags and or put pressure, that's actually going to be really important.
Yeah, I'm an absolutely huge fan of the lurking role in Counter-Strike in general, but Vertigo is one of those maps where just having someone sitting around in mid, baiting rotations, having someone make noise towards A, bait out the mid rotations, walk out towards B, get another headshot, all of a sudden your teammate can rotate through and you can walk straight into the, walk into the bomb site and have it empty. It's a great map to be able to do that, and so heading into this first round, Ole Miss starting on this T side as it is. Wait, they picked the T side?
What? Yeah, I'm a little confused at this. I assumed that Ole Miss would be starting on the CT side based on this being Davenport's pick, but
Right.
interesting enough. Okay, there. We'll see how it goes. Spec going to be the first to start things out, and it's a shooting gallery. Did I see a knife come out already? There's no way.
Someone behind the Davenport players is not going to be too excited about that, but
That is the Fishman, Coy, the coach of Davenport. He is definitely a fan of keeping things as professional as possible, which is part of the reason I love him. So
we love that man, absolutely. Oh,
bro, this is the best around, man. Not like this.
If this is a way to set the tone of the game, Vincent, it's not looking good.
Yeah, that's true. Oh man, this is gonna be interesting.
This is going to be one of the games of all time. I can promise you that much, everybody watching, but the story told until we get to the end of this, it's going to have to be the upwards battle that Ole Miss are going to have to fight. And it's not going to be the battle they will try to fight in this round. Listen, it's the Glocks. We know how much damage it can do, but this time around, we're not really expecting much. And indeed, Davenport quickly up to a second. I think we're, 20 seconds into the round?
Yeah, something like that. 15, maybe? Oh, man. Pug, come on, man. You've died already. That's unreasonable.
That's toxic.
Pug, can you stop? Jeez, dude. By the way, Kojo on Twitter he said he's planning on not dying this series.
So when he does, make sure to reach out to him and let him know just how wrong he was.
How disappointed you are. Don't do that. That's a joke. Don't harass players. That's bad.
Yeah. Harassment incident. Wait, no, I didn't say that.
Stop. just no. 2-0 here, Davenport. Already starting out strong as the AKs out for Ole Miss, but well, I see the aggression being pushed forward. Pronk.
Okay.
Ooh, nice find.
It's fine indeed, but Spec's gone aggressive, and the MP9 has found results. An incredibly aggressive situation. Davenport have forced Ole Miss back into their own spawn, and so they'll start to rotate back over towards B. It's actually... Oh, no, Pug. That's a dangerous move, but it yields results. An AK dropped, and that's a backline lurker gone to Ole Miss. They'll be able to put the bomb down. And 3v3 situation, honestly, they're not out of the round.
No, not the slightest. Spec here on the flank is a big, heavy hitter. And, okay, there's number one. Oh, he's traded instantly, though. Tigasas, that is going to be the freebie. Kojo on the trade. It's Tempest versus 2. And, of course, the HP difference here is going to be the difficult factor. But Tempest, he's found the shot. Here's Kojo on the 1v1, and he stays with the no-death policy.
I was worried for a moment the bomb might have saved a little bit too much, but he had the kit, and so concern swiftly removed. Davenport, a flawless 3 in a row. We're expecting a lot more, if we're being frank, but the bomb plant will allow this T-side to reinvest. They've got a decent amount of loss bonus, too, to kind of afford this play. At least I hope they try to invest. His teammates bought an AK. This is not very traditional.
Not the most traditional, that's certainly the case, but hey, here we go. The Rec 9 there for tricks. I'm gonna do it again. Nice nade there from Switcher. Is going to find the kill, but Pronk, this is one of the guys that we were talking about. Pronk was pretty successful, even in the domination that Colorado School of Mines game. Was taking out one man. This puck goes down. We do have to ask the question. Corrin, though, on the return. And it's down to one world.
And honestly, I mean, okay, he's in a pretty good position. Unfortunately, the bomb's just really far away, and now that he's been spotted out, you can see the radar. Just everyone's circling on his position. He's been trying... Oh, that's toxic. Drops a nade at the feet of his teammate. Makes things a little bit more difficult. Some damage dealt, and Davenport, they do a little bit of trolling.
World? Let's see what he can do. Corrin should be able to find him. Yeah, there we go. 4-0 for Davenport. And Ole Miss, well, let's see. Economy-wise, they're in a bit of a rough one. They're going to be buying, I would imagine, but World and T. Costas, they are not on the greatest of money, and actually it's going to be a save.
Yeah, and now that Kojo has the op-out, I'm interested to see, in a situation like this where like he has no reason not to be confident, you know what I mean? Just how aggressive he's going to get. And the rest of the Davenport roster, they're not really shying away from it either. I mean, just right in the face of this Ole Miss side, immediately utility descends back into the close angle. He's playing around it, but Corrin's burned one with the Molotov, and Ole Miss, they've already been scared off.
Oh, Spec. Not like this.
This disrespect is absolutely crazy. It's only going to get worse, too. As this scoreline continues to grow, you can expect... I'll be frank, I'm expecting... Zeus is to probably be pulled out. I mean, if no one behind the players is stopping them, that Zeus is, I'm expecting the Gevs, probably auto snipers, maybe the P90. Yeah.
The good news is Kojo still deathless, so...
Oh, sticking true to his word.
Mm-hmm.
This man will save
only one.
to keep his word.
I would love to see him save, just to do that. That would be the greatest meme.
Hop from Tempest. He had that angle, but unfortunately, I just think a little too wide for him to hit the shot. Spec takes him out through the side of the box, and the gun's not going to be recovered too, and so a 4v5 situation. Davenport have pushed through towards ramp once again. This is control Ole Miss have yet to actually maintain, and it's something that's absolutely necessary for the T side to succeed.
I mean, remember I mentioned like ramp control being like an impactful part of this map. Like Davenport just owned that area. Like there's no one allowed in. At least not thus far. Nice shot there by T Costas. That's good. That is Cujo, if you are wondering who was on the head-to-head graphic. That is who that is. But 3v3 bomb planted. Once again, a post plant. I think, you know,
this
solid.
looks more winnable. This looks a lot more winnable than it did before, because Davenport, they're all coming in from the same side. No flanks. It's just gonna have to be brute force trades to come through to win out the bomb side. And honestly, Ole Miss, they've got utility just to fight from stairs. This is looking good.
They have a molly too. Pug's gonna go down. That's that swing. Kojo in the AWP though. Set it up. 1v1 in there he has. He's got it once again. It's close, but he should have this defuse.
Honestly, okay, so Vincent, let's talk about this. So Ole Miss, it's not like, because that round was close, right? They put themselves in that situation. I mean, albeit Davenport, they did push through towards ramp, right?
Yeah.
There's lots of aggression coming through that's opening the kind of door for Ole Miss to go elsewhere. But these are still rounds that are on the board. I can see it. I can see Ole Miss winning a couple rounds. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm with you.
But let's be honest. This is Davenport trolling. I imagine if we start getting to territory where Ole Miss, you know, are able to flip a switch and start grabbing a couple rounds, we're going to start to see a different CT side very quickly.
Well, I mean, we're actually seeing a little bit different stuff right here, right? Like, look, this is a lot slower from Davenport. They're, I mean, yeah, still ultra aggressive, and that smoke is crazy, but overall, you know, they're not committing. So, Gordon playing this off angle, or I mean, off angles, maybe not the right word.
Well, what's good for me is they haven't been scared away from A. After all that utility was thrown, they're still willing to swing off the back of it and do whatever. And that opening towards B, that's going to put an interesting twist into the round, because Pug, well, he actually is going to be able to find that mid-kill world, getting a little bit of ahead of himself. Almost, I think they saw an opportunity and just didn't quite know how to capitalize on it. Spec is rotated through. Knock actually going to find a kill, and so B bomb side opened up. The rotation for Pug will have to be quick to be on top of this, and he swings. Like, surely he will. The confidence is huge. He drops the bomb in the process.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you're just playing, and it's so very difficult. Though T Costas might be in a good spot to take advantage of this. Yeah, Pug's going to go down for free, and miss for Kojo. Oh no. That is one death on the Kojomo death board. He asked for this, by the way.
It's time to light him up on Twitter, boys.
He did ask for the death counter, so I'm giving him what he wanted. Going to win out via time, but a close one. Once again, Ole Miss not too far away. And to continue playing devil's advocate, this is the T side of Vertigo. It can be really difficult to find your way into the rounds when the CT side is, you know, rich. And honestly, considering the fact that Davenport have won 7 rounds in a row, their economy is not as healthy as it should be. Oh, fair
okay.
enough. Nice shot from Pronk. Pug though is just too darn good with it.
Question is, can everyone else deliver? Trix can't. Eliminating one more from the server, but they're down a man. Spec, he's not shy from taking a fight.
Where are those bullets going?
I'm not quite sure, but Corn's found a kill, and Spec goes aggressive once again. 6 HP, why not?
Yeah. 6 health. I'll just be taking that swing.
I think you need to rephrase that. Davenport in general are just saying, I think I'll be taking that.
Nice.
The entire roster collectively is saying that. I don't think there's a single angle they haven't been willing to go aggressive. I think mid is the only exception.
I mean, and Pug sort of playing that off angle, you could call that a little aggressive.
It's definitely untraditional, I'll tell you that much.
That's right. Well, here we go. Another one. Oof, that would have been nasty. T-Gossis has had some good moments already.
Yeah, Cujo.
We talked about him, you know?
It was definitely one of the higher performers despite the absurd scoreline we saw last week. Corn. It's such a difficult angle to be aware of, especially when you're so worried about the smokes at the top of the ramp. Specs, he's definitely not going to be expected here as he drops one more player in the smoke to mask his retreat. All miss. The bomb's going to try to work its way up here. His teammates rotating through mid as well, but that's an awkward angle. On the other side of the smoke, it forces him back into the Molotov. That was almost an awful situation.
Almost bad. This is not equal bad, though. And, switcher.
This is bad.
Yeah, this is what we call terrible. And, yeah, he's doing a bit of trolling. He didn't need all 20 bullets.
So, I'm gonna call it. So, Korn just died, right?
Yeah.
I think he's gonna be the first to buy a troll gun. I see it.
You see, okay.
Damn.
You know,
I was so ready for it.
Listen. I think nobody wants to be like stuck reviewing VODs for 10 hours or something, because I'm sure that's what Koi would make them do.
Assign them homework.
Yeah.
Discipline them. No, I 100% believe it.
Listen, I can't say that I have been told, but I think that there's no way there's not, you know, a conversation prior to this from either Graham or Koi to say, listen.
I mean, part of it's just like there's just no point in trolling. Like, sure, you might have a little bit more fun with it, but if the goal is to win the game, get out as quick as you can. You know what I mean?
Indeed, yeah. I mean, like I said, arguably.
Whoa, okay.
Whoa, dude, I'm telling you, this guy is so good. Really, really crazy shot.
Oh, okay. I'm literally like, I can't find the words to describe. Like,
I'm having a good time.
I feel so like out of place. Cause it's like, I'm trying to see what the openings are. Ole Miss, I can see like, okay, like if with the way Davenport's aggressing, you can find ways to punish them, but it's just not coming to fruition. Off the start of the round, Ole Miss, they're just losing players. The utility is punishing them. They're not able to find significant map control, and Davenport just running them down in the process as well. It's not helping things, and you can definitely see every storyline we described in the pregame just kind of coming to fruition.
Yeah, and like, listen, for those who don't know about this Davenport squad, like, I feel like you might have been skeptical for all of our praise at the beginning. Yeah.
There's no reason to be skeptical. Honestly, I think in the spirit of this match, we probably undersold them a little bit.
I'm not going to say that you're right, but you're not wrong. 10-0. That's the scoreline.
Dangerous.
I mean, this is a legitimate. Davenport is a team, like I said, you could call them a professional roster at this current.
Yeah, I wonder if anyone started a timer. I'm curious how much time has passed. We're 10 rounds in, and it feels like we've been here for 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, the crazy part is I feel like this could definitely go, like, speed up. Spec is impatient. He just wants to go kill. There's a reason that we call him the boulder. It's because he just rolls.
Who calls him the
down
boulder?
the hill. What?
Who calls him the boulder?
Everyone. You're not up on the.
I'm not aware of this.
Spec is indeed the boulder.
I see. All right. Well,
Eric,
the boulder.
Explain to Birdie Box.
Oh no. I'm about to be explained.
Yes.
Good. We were waiting for. Ah, there it is. I was waiting. Wait, no.
It was just he hit F5, auto buy.
Yeah, because it definitely buys the Negev. Yep. Smile.
Yep.
Just more disrespect though. Swinging to the side of the yellow wall. Tempest will able to find the trade. Spec's going aggressive once again, but as Tempest falls back to the side of that smoke, he's going to go down. I'm not sure if they're going to expect Pong to be in the situation though. If he's able to kind of dodge timings here, he might be able to find a couple kills.
Yeah, he should find one here.
No. Oh.
Never mind. Never mind. Kojo's still only one death, by the way. Props.
But too many. That's more.
More than he said. It's true.
More than he promised. And honestly, he's not a man of his word anymore. I can't trust it. I can't trust the dude. Wait, is he disconnected? Does he actually only have 4 kills?
Yeah, he only has 4 kills. He's been playing passive.
Yeah, he is somehow the only player on this Davenport roster who is not just. Well,
I mean, he has also had the op, so you know.
which is exactly the gun I would be pushing with, by the way.
Well, that's why you're in the box here in the casting booth, and they're playing the game.
This is true.
12 rounds.
Ooh.
Ooh, nice shot from Tempest. There we go, Kojo. That's death number 2. Everybody, count with me.
Like a kindergarten class, just
Yeah.
like counting to 10 or something.
He asked, remember? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Ooh, this might be around for Ole Miss.
Actually, wait.
3v5?
Okay. The only thing that I think that might bite them in the butt right now is the fact that they've got the bomb still in spawn. I think they're going to send Kujo to go and retrieve it, maybe? Okay, it seems that way, but Pug's gone aggressive. He's gotten impatient. He's being chased as well, and he's punished it. Trick's going down, but the B bomb site, it's been infiltrated. Kujo's in the back lines, and I'm not sure. I mean, Pug seems to be aware, but does he know where he is?
Yeah, that's a good question. Switcher. I'm going to stop the bleeding. 3v5 seems not to be a problem, but
Bombs down.
1 on 2. Tempest. A real possibility. Corn's going to rendezvous with Switcher.
This is possible, but the time is going to be the thing that really costs him here. I mean, ooh, a nice flick to connect with it. But the bomb is really the main concern right now. Corn's just waiting around to see what happens. And Tempest, I think he's lost track of time. He needs to run this down, but he's definitely not going to be able to put the bomb down now.
No.
It's going to be Corn to win it out. 13th in a row. But once again, this was another really close round. I think if one of those entries would have gone differently, it would have been honestly a different outcome. And him dying after time there, that's an extra little weight on top of that burden that Ole Miss need to carry.
Well, honestly, I don't think it's too heavy compared to the burden of 13 rounds to none.
Fair. Or the burden of Kojo's 2 deaths.
That's true. That is a highly burdensome amount of deaths. It's truly tragic.
Good nade.
Very good nade. How many does Pug get? I count 3.
3?
Only 2. I lied.
Counted wrong. Maybe we do need to start up the kindergarten class again.
Well, we're here. That's death number 3.
Indeed. Some would say Kojo is 3.
Some would say that Kojo is 3 deaths into this round. It is the final round of the half. It is 14-0. I'm not saying it. Like, notice how I'm not said it at all.
I have noticed. Hold on. Let me do some math. Pug has 19 kills. Okay. I was gonna say how many Ole Miss players is Pug worth currently in the server? It was the math I was trying to do, but freeze time ended
Stop.
too. No. In terms of aggression, he's earned those kills. Let's be honest.
Yes.
He's pushed for literally every single one of them.
Yes.
Honestly, what I want to see here, unironically, I kind of want to see Ole Miss just go for like a rush. Just kind of like collectively go like, oh, okay, I want to see Kujo get some shots. I take it back. Trade it back out though. Or towards the speed bomb side, there's still 2 players left. A third is just rotated in. Ole Miss, if they wanted to make that push happen, it just became a lot more difficult.
Oh boy, that's a spec moment right there. Give him another. There we go. 15-0.
Okay. So,
just for context, Davenport already have a 32-0 like series win in NACE.
yeah.
Like that's 2 16-0s in a row.
Yeah, remind me, Vincent, how many rounds have Davenport lost so far this season?
4?
4.
Over 4 maps.
Yeah, that's...
They've lost an average of 1 map per or 1 round per map. Excuse me.
That's actually ridiculous, to be honest. And Davenport, I like this.
Look at what we got. Dude, we got 3 sets of dualies.
I know, and honestly, Ole Miss, they pushed through. It seemed like they were pushed through towards mid before, but they've since fallen back. They've actually got the early kill as well, but Davenport, they're starting to shift up towards the say bomb side, and it's going to be found vacant. Ole Miss, they're ready on the rotate though, and the dualies. I want to hear some shots.
Please, let them bark. Okay,
no shots there.
Tempest, no barking going to be happening. Oh, yes. Let's hear it. Nicely done. At least one more. It's 2v2. T Costas could make this happen. But Swisher. I love how Swisher's always serious. Like, he's got the P250, the armor. Like they've raid bossed him, you know?
Absolutely, but
It's 16-0.
16-0. So wait, is the average still 1 round per map?
Now it's less than 1 round.
Now it's less than 1 round per map. That's hell of a statistics, I guess.
I love statistics. Well, listen. If it doesn't sound like we're overly excited about the 16-0, we apologize. But I feel like that given the 4 rounds over 4 maps that Davenport have lost thus far in their 3 matches here at NACE, and how dominant they have looked, and all of the other things that we talked about, I'd call this sort of expected.
Yeah, and listen, like, looking at what we got in first round, there were some flashes of brightness for Ole Miss. They specifically with the Deagle. Yeah, specifically with the Deagle, seeing some absolutely crazy shots. Unfortunately, usually the Deagle isn't the weapon you'd like to be pulling off those shots with. And honestly, just a really unfortunate situation that every once in a while we'll see an excellent kill, but Davenport, I mean, just like looking at the screen, it's crazy how aggressive and how successful they were.
Yeah, and of course this is their map pick, so like, you know, maybe things will be a little bit different over in towards our next map. So there's that possibility, but still, Davenport 16-0. That is everyone firing on all cylinders. The only, you know, we were talking about bright spots. I gotta say there was one dark spot, and that was Kojomo's 3 whole deaths. That is disappointing to say the least.
Yeah, we were talking about the changes that happened to the Davenport roster in the previous seasons. I'll be honest, those 3 deaths, unforgivable.
Yeah, might be time to make some more changes. No, I'm just kidding. We love you, Kojomo. But we're going to take a short break as we head into the second map. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll be back in just a few. Well, you could say that was certainly one of the maps of all time. 16-0 is the scoreline that Davenport was able to take over Ole Miss. University of Mississippi, we head into their own map pick. That's, I think, the only positive to take away, with maybe the exception of, T. Costas played very well, I thought. There was some good moments for Ole Miss. They had some big almost type of rounds. I think 3 or 4 1v1s. And again, not to oversell it, but I genuinely think that that's not bad against a team of the caliber of Davenport.
I definitely think that the rounds they were able to pull together, they were just a couple, one mistiming, one miss spray away from pulling through, and it happened not just once. There was a couple of rounds that went that way. So I totally could have seen a world where, because we talked about it at some point during the game, there was a time period where Davenport weren't that hot on the money. If a couple of those rounds could have been won by Ole Miss, who knows? All of a sudden they're 1 round down, 2 rounds down, they're broken, 3 rounds down, and all of a sudden there's somewhat of a case for the game.
That's exactly right. I mean, but on the Davenport side, not a lot to be disappointed about. The only exception, of course, is Kojo. Come on, man. 3 whole deaths? Unacceptable. Gonna have to do better here as we move on to Inferno. That's gonna be map number 2 on the way. Yeah, I think that for me, right, this roster, this Davenport team, they are a full ECL roster, and they are definitely looking towards the grand finals, which, by the way, are going to be December 3rd and 4th in person. I would be floored if Davenport were not there. Genuinely, that is, sometimes I talk about like favorites and stuff, and I'm saying that they might be a 51% favorite. No, I'm 80% that Davenport will be there. Playoffs, though, just before that, November 14th through the 20th, and of course, in order to get there, you need to run through either the conference plans or the last chance qualifier. That will be happening from October 24th through November 6th. So, just if you are unaware of kind of how things break down here at NACE, let's see a quick refresher for you.
Thank you for that, Vincent. Always needs to know what's happening in the league, because honestly, it can be confusing at times, even as someone who's participating in the league.
That's why we're here.
Yeah,
we got you.
Just giving everybody information to take a look at the rosters again. If you weren't aware, Kojo, the man who got 3 deaths last map, is on the Davenport roster, so make sure to light him up on Twitter for that. But highlight though, looking at the rosters here, definitely Kojo had a couple highlight moments. World as well on the side of Ole Miss. There was definitely flashes of brightness. Listen, heading into the map pick of Ole Miss, are we hoping for more?
Yeah, I think we can hope. I don't know if we're gonna get it. That's the tragic part about by the way, Inferno is that Davenport are a pretty good Inferno team. They're not the best Inferno team, but they are a competent Inferno team.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I last saw them play Inferno 2 months ago now, so it's they could be way better on it at this point.
Yeah, and I guess one thing we could talk about is, Vertigo's a map where the guns do most of the killing, right? The utility is present to kind of force players to move out of position, but especially talking about an area of the map like Banana, right? Mm-hmm. Nades can actually benefit the Ole Miss side. They don't need to be taking gunfights. They can let the nades speak, and then maybe with the right flashbang or something swing through and deal some damage. I think there's a lot more opportunity for success, and I think even if things start to head in the direction of bad for Ole Miss, there's still probably going to be more ways to get back into the round as compared to Vertigo.
You think so?
I think so.
I think it might be the opposite. So, stick with me here, Birdie.
Okay.
But I think that Inferno, especially if you're on the T side, which I would assume that's where University of Mississippi are going to be starting, because it is their pick. And why wouldn't DU pick CT?
Right.
I think that the overwhelming feeling of just strangulation that you can be feeling on this map when the utility is on point, which it will be, I think that's going to be a problem. I genuinely do, and I don't think I don't think the aim duels are going to matter as much.
The reason I allude to that though is because when you're getting pushed on Inferno T side, usually there's ways to counter it, right? It usually comes off at the expense of utility, right? But on Vertigo, if you're getting pushed at ramp,
You have to fall back.
You have to fall back, right? And you have to concede map control, and that's more or less true for something like Banana as well, right? But I feel like it's easier to punish aggression, I'll say, on Inferno as it would have been compared to Vertigo. Maybe that's not true. Maybe I'm talking something I shouldn't, but it's an idea.
It is an idea. By the way, I apologize for the delays. We are just about ready to, I think, get into some sort of new lobby or something. There was some issue with the prior one, so we're getting it figured out. So apologies for that, but you know, we're just hanging out. We're having a good time. Yeah, I do think that for me, it comes down to the utility on Inferno, and I think that the overwhelming utility and just by the experience that this Davenport team has is going to be hard. It really is, and
Yeah.
Ole Miss are putting themselves are put in a position to try and shoot back when they can, but man, I wouldn't want to be in the server.
There is a talking point here. So we were talking about on Vertigo how Kojo was playing extremely passively, right? Not really opportunities for him to die, and when he did, it was because the rest of his teammates just kept dying, man. And so, Inferno, Kojo, he uses the AWP. If there is one map where you can go for opening duels in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, it is Inferno.
That's true. Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, maybe that will be the way in. All right. You know, the attempt. And I said I love seeing that loading screen because that means we're almost there. Inferno coming up as we take a look at the beautiful Inferno. This I do miss the car over there, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't. Honestly, it was so annoying to try to shoot through, but
True, it did eat bullets, but honestly, I like that better than that stupid piece of plywood.
I liked the pillars more. I didn't like the car.
The pillars were fun. We're if you are a new Counter-Strike player, then we were talking about the old version of Inferno. This was changed back in 2017, maybe.
So a relatively recent update, right?
A relatively recent update for Counter-Strike standards. But we do still call it New Inferno, so.
Right. Well, at least people who've been playing since that long have.
Yes. But either way, all of that joking aside, yeah, I think throwback feels good. But what's not going to feel so good is Ole Miss after this game, probably, most likely. How many grounds do you give them?
If they win pistol, 3.
If they win pistol, 1.
The worst part is that is like the most toxic thing I think I've ever said. But it sucks because like I've enjoyed watching this Ole Miss roster. I think seeing Cujo pop off with the Deagle, it's been I had a great time. It just. Unfortunately, they're in the server Davenport.
Yeah, I mean, they've drawn the boogeyman.
Like, if there was a horror movie set in the Counter-Strike universe, this would be it.
Well, TWP from last game is saying that Ole Miss have got this 16-0. So, we'll see. It's full copium right there.
I'm huffing it, that's for sure. Ole Miss, as expected, though, starting on the C side, at least. No shenanigans happening there like we saw on Vertigo. Early gunfights happening towards apartments. Switcher's been down to just 2 HP. Oh, the nade. Cujo, if you'd have just tossed it. Come on. No!
Oh, no.
The fact that I think... Oh, you know what happened?
Yeah, I do.
Switcher heard the nade pin and decided I'm out.
Yeah, he did. He was like, oh, yeah, that's me dead if I don't move. Ooh, nice shot there by Tempest. This is winnable. Kojo, though. Standing tall. It's a crossfire on the site. Switcher still somehow alive. I don't know how he got 2 kills. Shouldn't have even gotten 1. But Kojo still alive and kicking. The retake coming in. I mean, if you call it a retake. Kojo stays alive in the pit and stays deathless.
Alright, so quick question, Vincent. Do you think anyone on the Davenport roster is pulling off a JDM slouch right now?
You know what? I personally think that Goran is pulling a JDM slouch.
I could totally imagine them just like, alright, we got the 16-0, and then just leans back in his chair to play Inferno.
Spec, he plays inside of his monitor, I believe.
Oh.
Like he's so close to that thing, I don't understand how he can see it.
Maybe he's the one with JDM. Ooh, nice shots off his spawn. One of them finding the head of Cujo through the smoke.
And Switcher, the problem is he's all business all the time, so
Oh my.
he's definitely not slouching.
Yeah, I don't know. Part of me thinks you could totally have your monitor on an arm and still be playing JDM with your monitor literally on your face.
Ooh, that's a great idea.
Unfortunately,
Nice work.
Yeah. Davenport up to second round. I mean, let's if we forget the context of this match, I mean that's not necessarily unexpected. You win the pistol, with the exception of the last series, right? Usually, if you win the pistol, it's not that difficult to follow up with the second. With the exception of last map, it was like one of the first times we saw that happen tonight.
Yeah, a little rarity, but back to norm. Scout.
Oh, okay. All right, more of that, please.
He's rocked my world.
I can't believe you. I thought about that for like 4 seconds. I was like, why would he say that? And then I noticed.
I'm glad you noticed. I do think Spec is probably malting at that one. Great shot by
He
World.
just like stood up in his chair. You know what I mean? He just sat up.
Yes.
Whoa, that's a hard spray to hit as well, to be honest. It's like even if you're a little bit off, it just kind of sucks.
see
But I did indeed.
That's crazy.
Yeah, 2 more kills to get almost into this round. He'll reorganize over towards A. Trix is on low HP, but there's only 2 players left to find. Kojo's on the bomb side alone, but I don't think they're going to know where he is, so potentially 1v1s on the board for him. And opportunities for him to take.
I love this position from Kojo.
I love the gun.
Oh, but the flash is perfect, actually.
That's great.
Kojo Mo Death +1. And not even his fault. He just got flashed, outplayed.
How many is that in
1v3.
total now?
4.
Okay. I'm glad you're counting.
This might be the first Ole Miss round.
Honestly, Corn, I think he's going to convince himself to go for this.
I think he is too. He should absolutely save.
Like, any reasonable human being just leaves. But they won a 16-0 before this.
I love how Ole Miss are just not peeking that. They are just giving 0 chances for Davenport to clutch that up.
The spin from Tempest there is definitely... You know exactly that they're yelling right now.
That's right.
Let's go!
And listen. I think that's well deserved. Like,
Yes, that was actually around Ole Miss won. No compromises, no mistakes from Davenport. They just won.
they did, well deserved, and on the board as well. Not 32-0'd equals win.
That's a W in our books. Honestly, okay. I'm thinking here because Davenport's economy is low, right? Ole Miss are playing somewhat of a sort of game. I think they'll be able to get apartments control for. I'm not gonna say for free, but Switcher. I mean, this is an angle. It's pretty easy to take down. Ooh, dangerous gunfight. Ah, it's so dirty.
Why'd you have to say anything? Trix hits that if you don't troll him.
I had to do it to him.
Trix, I want to sincerely apologize on behalf of Nace. Spec. Oh, Spec!
You're gonna have to apologize to more than him. Oh my god, it's so dirty. Actually ridiculous.
Dude, the thank you came in so fast.
I know.
It's like he was anticipating the nice shot.
He knows what he just did.
Yes, he
he's
sure
ready
does.
to brag about it.
Oh, man. This is certainly one of the rounds of all time.
We said that like 7 times tonight, but
I know we have.
there's gonna be more of it coming. Davenport
Yeah.
back to winning ways.
AKs as well, a couple of them.
Oh yeah, not as much as the. How many were there last map? 4?
4? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was all the way back in Mirage of the last series, but yeah.
Oh right, that wasn't pretty good.
Nice try, though.
Yeah.
Davenport. 3-1. I'm I'm like looking up the scoreboard and it's weirding me out because there's not a 0 next to Ole Miss.
That sucks, eh?
That is. I'm sorry.
Out of context, that is awful.
Yeah, well, listen, in context, it's just Davenport. They've been so dominant. It just is kind of weird. Props to Ole Miss for picking that up. Coach up.
Okay.
One more.
Honestly, FAMA's a hard gun to commit to that spray with, but
Yeah.
it works.
I love how he committed to only spraying through the wall there.
While sprinting.
Yeah.
The sprint's what got him the kill. It wouldn't have been possible without it. Honestly, I believe it. I know some players in Counter-Strike where it's like, their movement is awful. Standing still, they can't hit a shot to save their life, and you give them a Tech 9 and you tell them to never let go of W, and they just... My 5,000 years of... 5,000 hours of Counter-Strike, it doesn't even rival. But that's aggressive from Davenport, and expected. I imagine there'll be a lot more of that coming. Kujo's not really aware of what's going on, but the scoreboard's gone blue, and Tempest stuck alone in alt mid. He's being chased. Specs taking his head clean off. He's got 3 of them.
Yeah, and Swisher has the other 2. So, that does equal 5, and that's the number of rounds that Davenport have. See what I did there? It was some fast math.
And that's how many deaths Kojo will have if he dies one more time.
And that's also true. Kojo, don't die.
Yeah, you've already broken your promise. Don't go further into the hole.
Don't disappoint me further. This is gonna be the most toxic interview, but I'm here for it.
Oh, I'm so ready for it.
Alright.
He knows what he's getting into, right?
He absolutely does.
Okay, good.
I hope he asked for the interview tonight. It's like, hey Koi, can I please have the interview?
Yes.
I've made a promise to Vincent. Dude, this smoke down mid is just so crazy. Look at the map.
They're literally in there. Like the bomb sites aren't even in question. Gorge just be hopping around.
Like,
Oh, that's one of the flashbangs of all time.
oh come on, that was not well utilized. Bugs like, can I get a smoke again? Thanks.
I appreciate the attempt from Trix to try to swing back into that. Unfortunately, just no one's ready to trade him back out. Obviously, no utility to back it up as well makes it difficult. But Tempest and Tunnels be able to find a kill. Switcher's swung back through apartments to find 2. He's got the exit covered, and so I imagine Tempest isn't going to be around to see the round for much longer. Kronk, he's got a Tech on an ad. He's found 1. Korn eliminated. Bug's got the trade, though. And Davenport up to a 6. We'll see the gun round next from Ole Miss, then their next chance to pull this through. I kind of want to see an op. With the amount of aggression that Davenport we talk about Inferno being a map where the op isn't really a comfortable pick on the T side, but it's just the one case where I'm like, honestly, you could buy 2.
Oh yeah, I mean, like Davenport is swinging in angles like nobody's business. Mm-hmm. And yes, in a lot of cases they are also
there
doing
it
it
is.
with utility. But that, for example, Spec just getting caught out by Tempest. Kojo has an op as well, by the way.
Hey, you recovered it from the dead body of Spec.
Oh, did Spec have it? I didn't notice.
I think so.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, so Kojo, in an attempt to not die off the spawn, has baited his teammate.
Well played, Kojo.
Yeah. I mean, he did make a promise, so.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
That is Shadow Strike right there. You spotted the shadow on the ground.
Yeah. Honestly, I like that aspect of the game. People talk about it's like, oh, you don't deserve the kill just because you see the shadow. It's like, yeah, but... Or I guess let me put it this way. If you could see your own shadow, I think it would be fine.
Right.
I
guess you can turn shadows on.
I don't think you can see your own shadow even if...
Oh, can you not? Okay.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so.
Someone will fact check, I'm sure.
Yeah.
3v3. This is very winnable. Smoke as well for CT. Plug is on the site though. That's the problem area. Got a couple of flashes.
Okay. Pug's gonna be ready to swing up the back of this though. Tempest has got his knife out, op out of play at least, and I mean, listen, they've got the bomb side in hand. If they can get the bomb plan, there's an opening, but Kujo's gone aggressive. Pug's got the off angle, and
Pug swung with 1 bullet.
ambitious, to say the least, in times. Ticking down. Bomb's not going to be able to be planted. Worlds just want to get out of the round as soon as possible. Davenport will find themselves up 7-1.
Yeah, that was actually a really solid round though from Ole Miss. Like just from a setup perspective, like they did a good job holding for spec. Tempest gets the opening pick, and it's down to the 3v3. Unfortunately, once you get onto the site, the trades don't favor you, but a little bit better spacing, and that totally could have been Ole Miss's round. Here we go again, though, with the aggression via Tech 9 alongside 4. Oh boy, Trix caught that, HE.
He walked right into it. I had no idea what was coming, and just getting hit by a baseball bat. Spec. He's got 2. That's a very aggressive position for him to try to find the opening duels, and he's setting himself up for more. Cujo try to defend, but instead it'll be the Tech 9 of Trix to recover, and in the world, the aggression down bananas cost him his life as well. Davenport, that was another quick, clean round.
Quick, clean, easy, and on lock. That's all the buzzwords, I think.
You missed on God.
Yeah, that's my bad. We're gonna leave that one out. So next, Davenport, looking about as good as you could look. Tech 9s are out this time for Ole Miss. Gonna go for the brush. This has never gone wrong ever.
No, absolutely not.
It's not that wrong.
You say that, but there's literally all of the kills. 20 seconds into the round, there's only one player left, and it's Pronk.
Yeah, it's not that wrong. They listen. When I brush B, honestly, there's no kills for my team.
I think you're doing it wrong.
I might be.
See, you're supposed to brush with a broom, okay? Not Tech 9s.
I gotcha.
See,
I guess I should have picked that one up in T-spawn.
Exactly.
Imagine. All right. Yeah. Just sweeping your way down banana. I'm down. That's what Davenport are doing.
Oh.
Like sweeping their way down mid. Swish, swish.
They're actually just not prepared for something like this. Because let's be honest, if you're Ole Miss, you've probably never even played a team like this. Like you don't understand what it's like to be pushed in these situations
aggressively.
Yeah.
And I think that's sort of like the conversation point that we were talking about. Like Davenport are literally at such a high level comparatively to much of the rest of the scene in collegiate that they are. It is probably just mind blowing in some cases to play. Like I remember, like to use my experience as an example, right? Like I remember the first time that I played, like I'll just say, as an open player against like an advanced just player or 2 players, and like the comparison there is just mind blowing. Like they did things I didn't even think was possible.
No, I 100% agree. I remember the first time that I played a really, really good Inferno team. It was one of the it was one of the flavors of one of the South American teams that you see just being really good at Inferno these days. And it was so demoralizing because it was the same sort of thing, just a Molotov flying down mid every single round. It would either funnel you back into spawn or you commit to banana. And if you committed to banana, the nades are waiting for you. You died, and like an M4 would swing car, and you would just. Like the entire side of the map was just gone, and elsewhere, like because the Molotov went down mid, there's a push into alt mid from top mid from like 3 players, and then you were just immediately funneled into an early grave as well. Like it's so demoralizing because everything you think and you know about Inferno, it's irrelevant because it's all built around defaulting, and you're just not allowed to do it in situations like this.
Yeah, I mean, the long story short is Davenport are really just showing off their experience and how strong they are as individuals and as a unit.
Teams do not play like this on Inferno.
No. I mean, normally you couldn't get away with it, but individually it's so strong. And, well, 11 about to turn to 12. It's just going to be Tigasa here. Cujo trying to do what he can, and, well, the amount of times that Spec or Pug have been in this area specifically is criminal.
I think they've been in T-spawn more than the terrorists have.
No, that's literally impossible. No way.
Let me exaggerate for a moment.
Okay, my bad. Please continue.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point this game Davenport start playing tic-tac-toe and spawn. That would be a sight to see. I'll be
That would
honest.
indeed. Almost as good as Gonzo playing tic-tac-toe with Flixie on stage at Frag.
Who won?
I think Gonzo won. I'm not 100% on that one.
Classic.
Dude, they're in spot already.
Honestly, they've missed Trix though. Trix, if he somehow reads what's going on here. Ooh, okay. Away into the round. Tempest just found a double, and Trix hasn't been found. This is interesting because honestly, I mean, listen, Davenport, they've already used all their utility off spawn, and almost still have all 5 of their players alive, and they just kind of pick a bomb site group and use all their utility. This is a second round.
Yeah, absolutely winnable, 100%.
There's the rest of the utility. Kojo's the last person left. Flashbang in hand.
That's all he's got. But, I mean, if there's a group of players you want, I mean, Kojo, Spec, Pug, not bad.
Definitely not something to laugh at for sure. And this timing can be huge. Pronks.
Oh.
Pug committed to that fight. Pronks punished him for it. Specs pushed down through mid though.
No
He's been
way.
traded after grabbing a double, and so oh no, they're gonna commit to the A bomb site though. Kojo is gambled. Wait, what is happening?
No.
No! What?
No!
That has to be one of the most unfortunate things. If Kojo wins this round as a result, I'm gonna be terrified. What's weird is Kojo, you see that death and you're like, wait, there's literally only one place on the map where you can die from fall damage.
Yeah. He rotated because of it as well.
Yeah, but he's been made aware. He's rotated back over towards B, and I think he understands the situation at hand. 1v2, he's going for it.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, another Kojo Mo death on the cards. That's number 2 for Inferno. 6 overall. Just to keep everyone updated. And Davenport losing their second round of this series. Nice work from Ole Miss. Really great awareness by Tempest to find that kill on the pushing. I think it was Corn who pushed down Banana.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah.
Actually, I think it might have been Pug. Actually,
No, Pug died later.
was it later? Oh, I think okay. He also pushed down Banana.
He did. He also died of Banana. But a little later.
Lots of pushing happening in the Davenport roster. A little more passive this time around, actually. A little bit more serious to try to close out the half. Switchers taking Kujo out of the equation.
Switcher has it up. That's all we need to know.
Kojo also's not. And he also has 2 deaths. Listen.
Yeah, that's unacceptable.
Oh, that's
I just
disgusting.
realized that Kojo's tag is Kojo Cult.
How do we join?
Yeah, can I be a member? I'm depressed that I'm not a charter member.
Is the what's the initiation process look like?
That's not something I need to know on broadcast.
Oh, I see. That's fair. We can talk about the Kojo after the interview.
That's right, yes. Oh my goodness. The ridiculous part about that is how genuinely close that was to just like a pre-fire. And look at what he's actually done. Like, Ole Miss, off the back of that, have just rotated out. I mean, they may have been planning to do that out, like, anyway, but...
What?
What?
Yeah, he did not deserve that.
No, he did not.
No, we were both thinking the same thing the entire time. As Davenport closed out the half 13-2. A little bit better of a scoreline than we saw heading into Vertigo, but this game, not much left for us to be shown. I have a feeling heading into the second half. It started immediately, Vincent, and Ole Miss now on the CT side. It's the favored half. But if there's one place that Davenport like to aggress, it's going to be the side.
Well, you know what else is favored by us here at NACE? That is Extra Life. Head over to extralife.org to find out more information about how you can help change the future with games. That's extralife.org. And, well, Ole Miss, they might be trying to confirm a few extra lives for themselves. As, yeah, Pronk out in the open. It's freebie for Kojo Mo.
Oh, but Ole Miss, they've clawed it back. They found 2 in just an instant. A trade towards Pit, though, secures the A-bomb site. 3v3 situation. That smoke towards Arch is going to be the next thing. We'll have to fade to trigger gunfights, and indeed it does. Smek's been spotted with the dualies towards Graveyard, but this crossfire is strong.
Corn, can get some shots. Dualies, of course, for Tempest. Those ringing out. Spec has some of his own, and oh boy, 2v3. Yeah, this is just about over. Tempest last alive. Corrin on the quad kill. Upgrade to the Dualies. It's 14. But, unfortunately, Kojo just get a third death.
Oh, what is he, up to 7?
He's up to 7, yep.
That's unacceptable.
I'm really starting to get disappointed by him.
Yeah, I
expected more.
Might have time to talk with Graham or Correlator.
Oh, alright. Tikasa, nice shot there. Kujo once again doing work.
Okay.
Double kill there. Now, this is totally winnable. MP5. Haha.
That's actually a really nice MP5 skin. What the heck?
Yeah, I do like it. I think I'm going to be swapping to the MP5.
Honestly, I'm going to start maining the MP5.
MP5 only?
Solid decision to make. Spec able to close out that round, 15-2. Davenport on the outside of the second half put themselves on a series point. Ole Miss. It's a long way up, and honestly,
oh no, Kujo had no kills prior to that. That's tragic.
really?
Yeah,
I was not aware of this.
that's Tempest's fault. He said something in chat. I wouldn't have known. Sorry, Tempest getting blamed for that one. Spec, dude, he's so fast. Okay, nice shot there by Kujo. Last 2 rounds, I mean, he's had like big impact frags.
This is true. Unfortunately, there's gonna need to be more than a few impact frags to pull Davenport out of the round and push it towards the B bomb site. Catches tricked off guard. Tempest has found a way back into it, and World's not been caught back at the bomb sites. He drops 2 more. All of a sudden, it's down to Switcher. 1v4 situation stuck towards the pool, and World finds himself the triple off the back of the A1S. Davenport, they fall. And Ole Miss pick up a third.
Yeah, big round there from World. Triple kill, if I'm not mistaken. They're closing out all 3 of the final frags for Ole Miss. And, update. Kojo Moat. That's 8.
We're gonna keep saying it.
That I am.
This is actually so tragic.
It really is.
Honestly, me saying that is a coping mechanism for me, I feel like.
Just getting some unfortunate thoughts.
Oh,
what?
Okay. What?
Dude, Spec is so freaking good, man. Okay. Oh, he almost hit that, dude. I genuinely thought there's a world in which Spec hit that, and it should be illegal for me to even think that.
Yeah. But honestly, like, part of me was expecting it, is the problem.
I know! I really was thinking maybe. Oh, this might be winnable, though. 2v2.
Bomb's ticked a decent amount down. Trix has managed to find an entrance to the bomb side. Are they going to account for Switcher, though? Bomb's not necessarily planted within the smoke will obscure him, but he's been spotted out. Oh, I think I know where it is, but the kit might actually just secure, and he gets off the bomb. Pronk! He should have the time.
Shot.
That's going to be a 4th for Ole Miss, and
there we go.
Just at the end of the round, too, a 3K from Pronk.
Nicely done.
The fact that Spec gets away with that and they don't end up winning the round, honestly, that's a big W for Ole Miss.
It really is. You know what else is a big W? Kojo
No. Oh.
and 6 deaths.
Yeah, for some reason I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, I don't know. You really let me down there that you didn't see that.
Rush, ready to be unleashed over towards B. So much damage being done. They force themselves through a Molotov. I think they're just trying to get the Tech 9s over and done with. If it wins the round, it wins the round. If it doesn't, hey, they have plenty of rounds to give up before they're going to be concerned.
You know what I just realized?
No?
Ole Miss have currently equalized the total number of rounds that Davenport have lost this season.
This is true.
Good for them.
Respectable.
Genuinely. I mean, like I know that kind of sounds like I'm memeing a little bit, but I'm not. That is actually very, very legitimate.
What were the? Because I mean, that's just split between the one other series, right?
Yes.
Because the other one was a 32 now.
Yes. 16-3, 16-1 against I'm not sure who.
So with this game then, or with this round, if Ole Miss were able to pick it up, they would put them in positive. Oh, that's a nasty little timing. Cujo.
They're in the lead for the most rounds won in a series against Davenport.
In collegiate.
In NACE, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where we're at.
Indeed. But no, that was great work from Cujo once again. It's starting. I mean, listen, he wasn't having the greatest performance, but he's starting to claw his way back towards that territory.
Oh yeah. I want Ole Miss to get 8.
Eight? I know we were talking before. The two of us both said that we would be surprised if they got more than 5.
Yes.
And honestly, in a round like this, I'm looking for it. I think this would be the greatest opportunity for them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like, with the economy and everything the way that it is, like, that's definitely doable.
That's an open door, though.
Yeah, giving that to Switcher is just not it. World. We stalwart over there at the B site.
He's trying so hard to live. It's actually crazy. He's using so much of his utility just to keep Davenport at bay and tricks or towards Banana. Ends up putting up the gunfight on Depung that leaves the remaining Davenport players in CT spawn. I think they're wondering how they got there and how they can get out.
Yeah, fair. 50 seconds. It's still Swisher with the op, so... We're walking the way in. Slowly but surely. Corn's probably going to take that first point of contact.
I think they know.
Oh, they've gotten on the site. This is pre-plant, actually, for Davenport. And
They might have
ironically,
smoke. I don't know.
the economy is pretty nice for
Honestly,
to get that plant.
So we talked about it. Switcher on the swamp. This is dangerous. Now that they're in the retake situation, these are gunfights where Switcher can take a shot and disappear, and he's not really one to miss those easily. And Corn, all he has to do is just kind of live and kind of fight off the back of the AWP. And so, oh, that's an awkward first gunfight. Cujo's gonna be punished. Switcher puts off a shot as well. Tech9 gonna be able to reload, but Switcher's punishing for some more, and shot in the back. It's actually Switcher's gonna be one to clear it up straight through the wall, and not the score line that University of Mississippi were looking for, but. Honestly, a much better performance than most of us were expecting.
The real question is, how many deaths did Kojomo have?
True.
And I think the answer is 11 total. 11 Kojo deaths.
Something
7 this
we'll have
map,
to bring on.
and 3? No, 10. 7 this map, 3 last map. Either way.
This was an outrageous round.
This was so good for respect.
This is classic, like, you only get away with that because of the game you're in. I feel like people just don't hit shots like that.
They don't go for shots like that.
That's really the point I'm saying. Like, it's the circumstances which allow them to go for stuff like that. But that's frag movie material. Expect that in the next frag movie near you.
I mean, yeah. Listen, if that's not in the next DU clips of the week or something like that, then Graham, come on, you're throwing.
Graham, you're 3.
Or whoever's putting it together, probably Silica, but either way, down to a significant couple of round wins though, like 16-5. I think that again, legitimately, that is not only were they able to win more rounds than any other team combined has thus far, but they've also done that in one map. So legitimately a solid look. And I think that Ole Miss, and you and I were saying it the whole time, like Ole Miss are a team that are very good. They just aren't up to the quality that Davenport have to offer at this point.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. And there should be plenty more matches left in the season for them to display the talent they've got.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no doubts about that.
Me neither. But the Davenport talent is definitely there. And, well, The good news is that we are going to get to talk to Coach Omo. That is being set up as we speak. The other side of that as well is that we can kind of discuss overall what the expectations that we think are as we head out. Because I don't know if there's anybody who can beat this Davenport team. Like,
I mean, let me take a look at their conference real quick. Because within their conference, I mean,
just in general, I think Northwood is the only one who really has a shot. As I mean, they have an ECL mix.
So let me put it this way: the way I could see Davenport losing a series is if they somehow took this mentality and for some reason it maintained over the course of a series. They were just like going for aggressive plays, doing out-of-pocket things that cost them kills, which end up costing them rounds, like we saw here tonight. I think that's the only way I could see that happening. Losing a map, I think there's probably teams that can take a map off of Davenport.
A map. It'll be hard. Don't get me wrong, but I definitely think a map. Like, Drexel is a good example. Like of a team that we saw, upset Davenport back in the day, and always has the opportunity to do so again. UCF was a team last season that was absolutely out of nowhere. They came in and they dominated a couple of different games, and they ended up making their way all the way to the grand finals. So, I think there's definitely opportunities, but I will say this Davenport team, they look so solid, and the other side of that, don't be biased, but a great program behind them as well. I think that also helps a lot.
I don't think that can be denied. I mean, you can say you have competitive programs, you can say that you have a lot of structure built around any institution, but that can't take away from the fact that Davenport has so much to work with.
That they do. We'll see one of the awesome players here for Davenport. That's going to be Coach Omo coming in for the interview. Coach O, hello and welcome. I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed. You had more deaths than we agreed upon.
Yeah, it's sad, man. It's sad.
But congratulations on the win. I mean, obviously, 6-0, 6-5. That is a very dominant scoreline.
Yeah, it is.
Talking about it a little bit, right? Heading into Vertigo, I assume you guys had an inkling as to how this game was going to pan out. Very early on, we saw what some might call trolling going on. A little bit of trolling happening. Was there anyone in the background trying to hold it all together?
I was the one trying to hold it all together for our team, for the most part, trying to get everyone to stop trolling and make an actual game out of it. So, yeah.
Okay, so that with that, you guys have lost 9 rounds total for NACE. All right. Do you think that that's going to continue? Like, in your conference, do you think there's anybody who we were just discussing? Is there any team that you think can actually push you guys to the limit, maybe make it competitive on a map or two?
I'm going to be honest, I don't really see any competition in our group. I think the real competition will happen once we get to playoffs. And no disrespect to any of the other teams in our group, but that's just the way I see it. And honestly, we'd really have to mess up to even drop a map in our groups.
Well, let me ask this. So, Birdie and I were talking about the support that you guys have at Davenport. Obviously, I got to see some of that in person when I met you guys at Frag. Talk to me a little bit about kind of how the practice goes, and what sort of things are in place that help you guys become such a dominant team here in the collegiate space.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just that we're all on the same page, and we all have similar schedules and live the same lives practically, and we're always doing things in person together and even playing together. So I think that it just gives us such an advantage. And obviously, we all have previous experience in ESEA and such that really helps us dominate. But yeah, I think Davenport does a really good job with providing us with all these external tools that we can use to further ourselves as a player and a person.
Birdie, final questions for Kojo?
Yeah, so actually, I want to kind of touch on that a little bit. So I mean, you mentioned how if you don't really consider much of your group composition, and that's perfectly fine. I would say that's perfectly valid reasoning. How are you coming into these matches and approaching them? Is everyone doing their full rituals coming into this like it's a serious thing? Is it more of like a hey, let's try some new things here? Like, because I feel like you could make the argument that treating these like scrims to try new things is arguably a beneficial thing.
Yeah, I think that right now, we really go into these with the goal of 16-0ing every team, and people like me, I even I had the goal of not dying or stuff like that. I think that I think in the future, what we should be doing is treating it as a way to work on our setups and new things that we want to try out on these teams. So look for that in the future. But for now, we've just kind of been going into this with the mindset that we're just going to 16-0 every team, and I think that we can do a much better job with keeping things competitive and being better about that.
Well, I certainly love the retrospective thought process from you and the team. Congratulations on the win. I mean, expected, sure, but still, a victory is a victory. Final question, anybody you want to shout out, say hello to while we have you on stream?
Yeah, I just want to shout out my parents for supporting me all these years and helping me get to where I want to be in life. And shout out to all the people that tuned in and watched today, and are supporting Collegiate CS and helping us thrive. So shout out to all you guys.
Well, we appreciate it, Kojo. Thanks for taking the time, and congrats to you and the team on the victory.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys for casting.
Of course. Always love getting to talk to Coach Omo. Always a lot of fun and good insight as well, I think. Overall.
Always.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the takeaway there is that, Davenport, they're such a strong team individually that, as we've discussed, it wouldn't be unreasonable for them to come in, try some new things, and probably still do pretty darn well at that. Pretty. Unfortunately, it's just about the end of our time here tonight. But the good news is that there's always action coming up next week. Rocket League on Monday. It's going to be Call of Duty alongside Valorant on Wednesday. Smash Thursday, and of course on Friday you got me, and we've had Birdie Box for the last couple of weeks. We'll see if that continues. But with that being said, it's been a great time, and of course, final thing, big shout out and huge thank you as well to all of our amazing partners and sponsors, and Extra Life, Corsair, Monster, BetterHelp, Duncan, and Mavix. Make sure that you tune in next week for more NACE action. We'll see you there. Have a good evening.